uzon ibinalin iseng sun iseng sun ngumota kisan hazan wahan iseng sun ngumota mega historia diski tempo nasion esta paguna tempo pula na historia zango bonito imas angkunagi Matus, San Dionisio, Escuela Nepio Sanchez, Richard Huerta, a plano y original, Nadine Strosso, Matus, San Dionisio, Iseng Sungumata, Kisan Hazan Wahan, Iseng Sungumata, Mega Historia, Diski Tempo Zango bonito y forte santo amunhe mung iilaw uzun ilugar zani pumetetehi iseng sung y forte nuestra de la soledad iseng sung umota kisan hazan wahan iseng sung mega historia diski tempo nancion esta paguna tempo bulan na historia zango bonito ekong historia ekong todo puri senso mata ekong todo
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If I go, would you come running? Save this lonely soul today. Ooh, yeah, I tried to walk, but my heart keeps running. And you could be the best part of my day. Yeah, and I said, lady, special, have no fear. The reggae music bumping in your ear. I still walk you right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. It's best you have no fear. The reggae music bumping in your ear. I still walk you right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. I spoke too much about it, would you stop my pouring lips? I said, ooh, yeah, now we joke and laugh about it, with my hand upon your hips. And I said, lady, it's best you have no fear. The reggae music bumping in your ear. I still walk you right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. It's best you have no fear. The reggae music bumping in your ear. I still walk you right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. I've been looking and looking all over and around this town. Never ever did I see, no, I never found a lady impressed with all I want and more. You never cease to impress. You got what I'm looking for, and I'll be bumming the sound and playing and laying it down all night. If you're chilling, I'm chilling it right here by your side. Sugar. Ooh, yeah. I said, ooh, yeah. But I said, ooh, yeah. Yes. And I said, lady, especially you have no fear. Mighty man, no massive bumping in your ear. I see you walking right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. Especially you have no fear. The reggae music bumping in your ear. I see you walking right through that door. You got what I'm looking for. You got what I'm looking for. You got what I'm looking for. We said you got what I'm looking for. You got what I'm looking for.
Never wanna stand up for myself. Never wanna get in the way I said it. Don't know what the plan is, but you can share it with me, and I'll be listening in to everything you say. I won't turn away, and I'll listen, open up my heart, and I must say that I love you so. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Every day is a battle I face. Strange life I live, but it's what you decided. Give it all into your hands, do what you will with me, and I smile when you speak. Remember all those times I was hoping for something, shaking my head from all I've done. But you never left me. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd do anything for you. 1, 2, 3. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. I have fallen in love. I have fallen in love. I have fallen in love. I have fallen in love.
Così uli di sombranzelten jesuita saluda antes de niga radzał malak estrellas durante todo el a que distância como cupo que palo zaniman malak guafi e con nosso guiairi prebatu la noite na banderata caigui, pues atan fani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba isla sin para y honra, para y gloria, abiba isla sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendición. Con chai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon. Con chai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jason. You might recognize me from TikTok.
That's right. Jason's TikTok famous.
That was awesome.
That was awesome, dude. That was so awesome. I know it's a commercial, but I just want to play it like over and over. It's so funny.
Well, I actually put it in your folder.
I'm
just
sure
in
you
case-
did.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm
yeah.
sure I did.
It's hilarious.
Thank
Oh
you
my
guys for doing that.
gosh.
And you know what? It's what we do here.
Yeah, it is what we do.
Okay,
We eat chicken sandwich.
can we just start with that? Can we just
Yeah.
go? Okay, wait, hang on. Joser's got to come in.
Yeah, Jay, sure, we can start by playing your video.
Please, please,
Yeah.
please, please.
Okay, so whilst Joser sets it
so
up, we also
good.
want to say hi to members of the Link fam. We got
Right on.
Star checking in from the Big Apple, New York City, Nueva York. We got
York City.
Angelo Esver is coming to us from Riverbank, California. You guys ever been to Riverbank?
No, I've never been to Riverbank.
Have you ever been to a Riverbank?
I have, yeah,
Very
just the other day. Where's Riverbank, California?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Is that NorCal or SoCal? Angelo, where is Riverbank? I'm not familiar, but sounds lovely. And Siar Kalim Tiaco from La Coruña in Spain.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I believe that is the first viewer we've ever had from Spain.
From Spain, yeah. Good morning.
La Coruña.
Coruña.
La Coruña. Right on. Last day of summer, Elizabeth Agagi. Is this the last day of summer?
Wow.
What is today?
September 22nd. I don't know. We don't have summer in
Last day
Guam.
of summer, first day of school for some people, first day of school, part 2 for other people.
Right. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis out of Kentucky. Good morning.
Who is back home in Kentucky because she and the Mr. Mama Bear went on holiday.
Papa Bear.
Papa Bear.
Reggie Sosa, good morning, everyone. F. Glenn Lujan, awesome. Jason Solis, Dwayne Santos, Biba Guam. Joe Perez, good morning. KUAM, well, good morning to you, too.
Okay, can we play the video though? 'Cause I
Yes,
have to
play
explain
the
it.
video.
Okay, you got
Hold
it?
on.
It's the one of me looking silly. Big
Right.
shocker.
How am I going to do it? I'll just play it over here on my end. Stand by, guys.
Okay, so setting this up and everything. So we were approached by KFC and they said, we got a brand new sandwich. We actually featured it here on the link about a week and a half ago. The quarter-pound chicken sandwich, right? Big sandwich. It's got a piece of lettuce, it's got mayo, and a pickle all underneath the patty, which adds something.
Which
And-
is cool because that is a protective barrier when they put the chicken on there.
Yeah.
Keeps the bun
So they
fresh.
basically approached us and they said, okay, we wanna tap into KUM's substantial audience, right? Because you guys got so many people on social media, but we don't want to do a traditional ad because we've done that already. We don't want to do the interview thing because we've done that. We really want to hit the people that speak the language of social media, So can you guys do so? They didn't give us any direction, and we're like, all right, we got you. And this is what we came up with.
Right on.
If you can't be right, yeah. I do the same thing. I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I do the same thing. I told you that I never would.
Hey, top stories, your dance moves.
Yeah, and here I am. I was like, that thing with your butt and your
Yeah.
arms going this way is really hard to do. It's like patting your head and rubbing your tummy.
Is that the first time you ate out, dude, since the pandemic? Because I know you never like to go anywhere. You're really safe. So I was like, wow, good job.
Yeah, and I must say, KFC, I thought I was in. Speaking of safe, I thought I was like in a vault or something
It's
like
Kentucky
that. They have
Fried
taken
Clean.
all sorts of
Right.
precautions. It's
Are you
really
getting
cool.
issues about audio?
Am I? I don't know. I'm fine on my end.
It says
Yeah.
no audio.
But that's what we do. KFC they gave us an opportunity, and we're glad to make them happy. And a lot of people actually put on the comments, and they're like, "I'm gonna go try that sandwich."
Yeah.
And the most important thing, the thing that made me personally happy was, I think everybody really needed a good laugh
Yeah.
after the 2.5 weeks that we've had and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's that, and then also that fireman where they rescued the doggy off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are some good stories.
That made your heart smile.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we hope, and of course we're all continuing to do what we have to do, 3 W's, all that stuff. But if we made your day just like a little bit brighter, even if you're laughing with us or laughing at me, that's what it's all about.
It
So
sure
thank
is.
you guys for
As
taking
long
the
as you're laughing, we don't care. 6:30 Wednesday, September 22nd. It is Biloxi the Maxi out there, right, sir? Raining cats and good logos. So please be safe. All right. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Here's who's coming up this morning. The Minority Report with Senator Chris Duenas. We're also getting Speaker Therese Terlahi. Also, Landon Eilert from the National Weather Service, Bree.
Oh yeah, there is a thunderstorm advisory currently in effect
Currently
for
right
Guam.
now.
Yeah. And it'll be in effect till around noon today.
Yep. So look for your Thunder buddies, guys. And so he's coming on to talk about that. There was a system that they were talking about Monday morning, Jay. So they continue to monitor and track that.
Yeah, and when I get my iPad's like charging and everything like that. There's some forecasts and everything that shows that there is like a system moving in there. But what Landon's coming on, it's like, okay, how intense is the system? How fast is it moving? And everything like that. What should be concerned about? But Bree and I were both on the road. We're both on the road at about 4:30 this morning. I dashed over to Payless to go grab a couple supplies, and it was coming down that early in the morning. Which again is weird because yesterday, like when we shot that KFC bit and everything like that, it was so hot. So hot, in fact, that like when Vic was using his drone.
I'm sorry, Sean Gumatauto just commented. He says, "Don't quit the day job, Jason."
Yeah.
The rest of the video was good though.
I don't think I'll be being awarded like a Screen Actors
No
Guild
way,
card
that
for
was good, man. You guys, what's your TikTok? Because Jay's got the TikTok.
Okay, well we're on KUM News is
Yeah.
on TikTok now,
Okay,
guys.
yeah.
So please follow us.
Just follow us.
at
Fine.
KUM News on TikTok. Another KUM alumni, the very beautiful Jean Hudson goes. She just simply asked a question: why am I so proud of you for doing this video?
Right, Gene?
This is like the highlight of your career, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, if I'm going out swinging,
That's
baby.
it, man.
That's hilarious.
It
But
is. You got so many fans, Jay, and it's like you don't have any idea. People love you, dude.
No, we do this for the for the people, and we do it
Yeah.
for the kids.
Right on. You ate a chicken sandwich for the kids.
Yeah. Hey, I got to go out. I got to hang out with my friends, use a drone, and I got a free sandwich out of it.
Right.
Does your workday get any better than that?
Great job.
Frank Castro.
I can't wait to see more of those videos from you.
Yeah, that's right. You're like
you
the
realize
go-to
they're
guy.
not all going to be me, right? Maybe it might be Joe, sir.
No, they're gonna go with
Maybe
you.
it might be Chris.
No, definitely not. Oh, man.
Okay, and I must say that is a really nice shirt you're wearing.
Thanks, Jay.
My uncle wore that shirt to church every Sunday, like back in '83. No, that's high. I'm not bagging on you, Rowan.
A backhanded compliment.
No, not at
Okay,
all. Like,
all right. Is that what kind of show you want to have,
no,
Jay?
it's a nice shirt.
I just told you everybody loves you.
No,
I like this shirt. What I don't like about it is
it's cool.
I don't like that it's Hawaii.
Is it a what?
That's all. Every time I wear this shirt, I'm like, oh. It's for
No,
fun.
I mean it could pass for
It
what?
could be, yeah. I mean, it could be, but I think it's Hawaii.
Yeah. You get that shirt. You get some Old Spice. Some lightning
tha-
bolt Zoris.
Thanks, Jay.
Oh, that's a really nice shirt.
Thank
does,
you, I appreciate
Does
it.
it breathe very well?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm breathing. Still here. Where's my pulse oximeter? Let me check. What shirt are you wearing under there?
Depeche Mode.
Oh,
Remember
nice.
that? Violator.
Oh,
1990.
yes. That's the album with Personal Jesus?
Absolutely.
Yep, that's a good album.
Enjoy the silence.
Right. Oh, my little girl. I love-
One of the most bizarre music videos you'll ever see.
That's Jason Salas, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, Joe Sir, of course, on the ones and twos. My name is Chris. This is The Link. Remember, at 8 a.m., we go on to KUAM TV. This morning, we're also getting the FSM consulate as they've been hit by a couple COVID positives,
Aye.
shut down their office. But things apparently still moving forward with a lot of what they got going on.
They've got 3 repatriation flights that they're prepping for.
Correct. That's right. No, Harvey, the shirt does not have matching shorts.
Yeah, so the FSM leadership, they're actually getting they're making ready for repatriation flights to Koshrai, to Yap, and to Pohnpei.
Yeah. Chamarita Rages, happy birthday in the States, Chamarita. She says, after the first bite, Jason forgot where the car was, and it got him dancing in the street. Nice.
The other funny thing is I was actually standing in the exit lane for the drive-thru.
That was up in Jigo?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Okay.
so every like 40 seconds we'd have to do like that thing. Remember when you used to play football in the street? Car!
Right, yeah.
Then after the
Pickle,
car
we used to
passes-
play pickle.
Yeah, game on!
Our skateboard jump ramp. You ready,
those are
Bree?
the best.
Yeah.
You ready? Guys, there's lots going on with the news. We haven't even said the C word in the first 35 minutes of the show. But I'm pretty sure it's going to come up.
Joseph said we said chicken.
That's the only C word we said is chicken. You guys know what C word I'm talking about. Right? So let's get into it now. I'm pretty
You
sure.
just invented reading lips through a mask. You deserve a
Right.
cookie for that, my friend.
I want a chicken sandwich. With the very latest from the KUAM News team, brought to you by Pacific Points this morning at 6:36. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. The National Weather Service is monitoring a developing tropical disturbance north of Chuk, which is now the subject of a tropical cyclone formation alert issued by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. This means that the formation of a tropical cyclone is possible within the next 24 hours. As of last night, the circulation was centered north of Chuk, about 11 degrees north latitude and 150 degrees east longitude, approximately 480 miles east-southeast of Guam. It is moving west-northwest at 13 miles per hour. The disturbance is expected to strengthen as it heads near or through the Marianas by the end of the week. A thunderstorm advisory is in effect for the Guam International Airport Authority until 12 noon. Thunderstorms are possible or are occurring within 20 nautical miles of the airport. Be alert and take precaution as necessary. These storms have been producing occasional lightning. If lightning is seen or thunder is heard, remain indoors. Now, at this time, uncertainty remains for the exact track and intensity of the system as it approaches the Marianas. Showers, thunderstorms, and gusty winds are still likely today through Friday. Now, depending on how organized the system is and where it tracks when it approaches, current estimates call for 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible. Sustained winds of 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to 35 are possible in the stronger showers and thunderstorms. NWS will be joining us live during our program a little later. The Joint Information Center reports 74 people are now hospitalized for COVID. 15 are receiving ICU level of care, 8 on vents. Out of the 74 hospitalizations, 48 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 2 unknown and 24 are vaccinated. Public Health reports 199 new cases of COVID from 1,540 tests performed on the 20th. 48 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 13,859 officially reported cases of COVID, with 181 deaths. 2,883 cases are active and in isolation, and 10,795 have recovered. The CAR score is 32.9. GDOE confirms 4 employees tested positive. They were from Maria Ulloa Elementary and 3 separate cases at Estumbo Elementary. To date, a total of 116,538, that is 85.5% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. The Federated States of Micronesia's Guam office has been temporarily closed. This after 2 staffers at the office tested positive for COVID. The office will remain closed indefinitely, and other staff have been tested for the virus but were negative. Consul General Teresa Philippin says staff will work remotely and continue to contact those who are pre-quarantining for repatriation flights. Philippines says there are 3 upcoming flights to the FSM. An October 3rd flight will be heading to Yap, an October 4th flight to Kosorai, and an October 7th flight will depart from Guam to Pohnpei. With more news, here is Jason Salas.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hey guys, here's what's happening right here on the link. The first batch of advanced child tax credit payments have been processed as Reventax sent details on more than 15,500 payments totaling over $8.4 million to DOA. That money should be getting to qualified applicants very soon.
These are the first of 5 such payments for qualified children between ages 6 to 17. The maximum credit increased to $3,600 for children under 6 and to $3,000 for those between 6 and 17. Those with validly filed and processed 2020 or 2019 tax returns with all the required information for eligible dependents will automatically receive the advanced child tax credit. Reventax Director Daphne Shimizu.
But if you did not file a return for 2020 or 2019, you will need to actually file in order to be able to receive the credit. And that's very important. If you didn't file 2019 or 2020, the first thing you need to do is work on filing that if you have a qualifying child.
Director Shimizu says DRT will launch a CTC portal by next month, and taxpayers can update their child's information, including adding newborns.
If you need to add a dependent or update your dependent to add their date of birth, you'll also be able to do that. And so when we do allow for that to happen in October is what we're expecting before the October 15 check, right? Those people who may have had a child in 2021, they will be able to update their information.
Those who updated a newborn child in the portal next month will get back payments for checks missed in September. The 5 processing dates are September 20 and 30, and on the 15th in October, November, and December. This is the 6th public assistance program DRT has paid out since the pandemic began, winning them praise from the governor. But Shimizu says what's important with the CTC is that it will no longer be an unfunded federal mandate.
The reimbursement to Guam and to the Miraco territories is something that's permanent. And again, that's huge for us where, again, because we've been paying out $30 million a year on average for this, for us to be able to get funding for it, it's huge.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
There's another major windfall from Washington as the highly favorable Medicaid formula for Guam will be extended. Congressman Michael San Nicolas said that a House Oversight Committee notified him the extension will be including in the continuing budget resolution that Congress must pass by the 1st of October so the government may continue to operate. The delegate said Guam is expected to receive $133 million in Medicaid funding for fiscal year 2022. There's also going to be a 2.7% yearly increase built in. He said the current administration determined that existing law extends the cap increases to the territories, saying under the previous formula, Guam's Medicaid matching fund requirement was more than twice the new percentage. Public Health released new information on recent COVID-19 deaths with the data good up until Monday the 20th. Since the start of the third surge in July, there have been a total of 39 deaths. The majority are classified as dead on arrival. And for those, 71% tested positive on the same day they died, implying that neither they nor anyone else knew that they were infected. A majority of deaths during this period were among middle-aged or elderly residents, and a majority of both the dead on arrival patients and other deaths were unvaccinated. The full report's on KUAM.com. For the next couple weeks, we're going to preview some of the new shows and return of your favorites to KUAM.
It's FBI Wednesday on CBS TV 11. It's the highly anticipated return of the action drama FBI. The 4th season kicks off as the first part of a special 3-part crossover event with the season premiere of FBI Most Wanted and series premiere of FBI International.
We have 3 FBI shows and it's one story, which we've never done before.
The impact of the crossover with the storytelling is we get to take our time. We have 3 hours to tell this story versus the 1 hour that we usually have.
In the FBI season premiere, a young woman is killed on her way home from a lavish yacht party. The team investigates who she was and how she came to be at the event, which was attended by some of the most influential people in the world.
The case begins with seeing Owe, my character, feel like he maybe has missed something, like he has made a mistake and he doesn't like making mistakes. So we get to just follow his story of redemption into Most Wanted.
And it gets deeper and it gets darker and it gets kind of stranger and it gets multi-layered and kind of out of nowhere it pops Kristen Gaines.
She trusts her gut. She follows her instincts.
Why would she leave without taking her phone?
She wouldn't.
Things start to get out of hand for the FBI Most Wanted about halfway through the show.
The case takes them across the world where FBI International comes into the picture.
FBI International is about very skilled, well-versed agents that are based in Budapest. Anytime that there's an American citizen that is involved in a crime or that's in danger, they're there.
We're moving in with you.
It's amazing that we get to shoot in Europe and especially in Budapest. It's such a beautiful, vibrant city. It definitely adds a layer to the show that I don't think the other two have. It's a cool new element and I think the audience will really like it.
Don't miss the season premieres of FBI Tonight at 8 p.m. and FBI Most Wanted at 9 p.m. and the series premiere of FBI International at 10 p.m. only on CBS TV 11.
To check out the schedule of all the fall premieres, check out KUM.com. Let's go back now more to the link with Chris, Sabrina, DJ Joser, and some other guy.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Guam Election Commission will be operating from their new office in Tamuning by the end of the month. After nearly 45 years, GEC will be moving to the Oka Building, Fahrenhold Avenue, near the Mega Drug Pharmacy in Tamuning, from the third floor of the GCIC building in Hagåtña by September 30th. The move will allow the commission to save $27,000 in rent a year. According to GEC staff, they are still packing, organizing, and moving equipment. The commissioners gave GEC the green light to close the office from Monday, September 27th through the 29th. Normal operations will resume at 8 a.m. September 30th. Land in Dededo has been identified for a $9.5 million park and ride facility for the Guam Regional Transit Authority. The bill by Senator Jose Pito Terlahi will transfer some 16,500 square meters of GovGuam land to GRTA. The property is located across from American Grocery between East Buena Vista Court and Marine Corps Drive. GRTA received a federal grant to build the facility, which will use electric buses to transport riders from the north to locations in central Guam. Guam Regional Medical Center, American Medical Center, and Calvo Select Care announces that they have joined forces with AI Health to launch a research partnership to bring cutting-edge artificial intelligence medical research to Guam. The planned study will focus on aggregating healthcare data from different sources and applying AI to identify critical risk factors and provide insights into treating patients with diabetes. Leading the study will be some of the world's top medical experts in diabetes, healthcare, and technology, specifically around artificial intelligence and wearable technology. The AI Health Advisory Board includes Dr. Klonoff, a pioneer in diabetes technology, and Francisco Pascual, an expert in optimizing care with diabetes technology. And with your news in tomorrow, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be tuned sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mas talusan mo lig na nadudugin ni Washington, D.C. Di masen favoration na artikulon Medicaid nung mapasa gi House gi 87 kontra 17 na boto sa paroma extendi. Linya Delegado Michael San Nicolas na House Oversight na Komitea sa manayag notifika na paroma na sound na na extension gi makontinue na resolution ni budget nung nisisita no mapasa ni Kongreso ng Amerika gi dia unog gi Oktubre para sedi gobernamento para konsigin na operasyon. Linya si San Nicolas na mananagagawahan para resibi 133 milyon pesos para funding Medicaid para physical na sakan 2022. Interesti manahalom lo kay inatisan 2.7% kada sakan. Asangan mo sa administrasyon Biden sa madetermina na igay pagunan lai sa autorisan extended ni natisan ST para teritoryo ni Estados Unidos siya. Amin sa rin si San Nicolas na di hagas na formula ni man nasasabi isang nagwahan matching funds at bahay mas kunin nuevo na percentage. Mas asunto, Departamento de Salud Publico dyan sa Bisyon Sosyal sa manahusing nuevo na informasyon puri COVID-19 na finaytay siya. Este na informasyon sa Maulay Kastahulo gidya 20 September. Distrito nito ni minatres na natisan ni COVID gi Hulyo na mes ma-report ni Public Health 39 na finaytay. Imizor gini na numero finaytay no 24 sa maklasifika na marmatay esta na manmatugato gi hospital but dead on arrival. Gyaji DOA 71% pa 17 sa man positibo test niya para COVID gi parewa na diyan ni manmatugato gi hospital. A implicado na taza tumungo kung man nefekte estisiya na tatawag esta hasta ki man matugato gi hospital. Imizot na finaytay ang este na durante sa itinalo na edad sa limanam ko. Imizot naman matay sa timan mabakuna ni amot COVID-19. Sinauntay tayo mas kabalis na report gizam na KUAM na website ni www.kuam.com. Ito muna suntog ifinut sa moro gin ni KUAM News para pago na Merkulis si Vice Speaker Tina Muna Barnes at si pago gagaya exhibitat giza Arizona después si sen seryoso na aksidenteng kareta. Sigo ni ofisinanya masasanatan si Barnes lo akmata za ohomlo. Zona Chief of Staff si Lori Tumadeng hasangan na sa nesesita si Barnes ng diskansa. Zon information siya po di membro ni familianya ni manitsabay yalam kareta ang aksidenti sa sempiw manauhudzong unggo na matungo. Yasagwan niya zaniya ganya Vice Speaker sa manisag yalam kareta ang aksidenti. Ilan niya man si Tumadeng na familianya sa manmanan na agresemento para tuli pinasensya ikinimprendizon ni tinadzot na nisengway zadzon na mensahe siya para utsadig manhumlo. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage. with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Good morning, everybody. It's almost 7 o'clock, 3 minutes till 7. We're going to head into the Zoom room. We're going to be talking with the minority leader in the 36th Guam Legislature, Senator Chris Duenas. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Glad to be here with you guys this morning.
Off a day.
Off a day.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Senator.
Sure.
Where do we begin?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared to ask.
Yeah. Well, I think the 2 points I wanted to make today in terms of like what's being discussed in the minority, amongst other things, is for this session, it looks like the most critical bills that we'll be discussing will be the finance bills, the one related to the hospital, of course, the $35 million, as well as the $5 million for DOC. When we had Department of Corrections budget oversight and other meetings that we had with them on bills that have been introduced, if you really look at their plan for constructing a new prison, they are really, really far along. In fact, I think they probably might have the architect and engineering maybe even close to being done. And so really, if you look at DOC, I think they're really ready to go. I think that $5 million should really be secured. And you guys know they need it. They need it for really three major reasons. The biggest thing is safety and security, of course, and as well as, expanding. And the other thing is, of course, it really almost pays for itself because the overtime that they're currently incurring and the manpower requirements for that antiquated, prison, really, I think that hopefully we pass that and that money does get locked up. Now with the $35 million for the hospital, I think there's still a lot of questions about that because it just, even yesterday, during the update from the hospital to the legislature on all of their different CIPs and different things, as well as, they're really, really having to manage. They've done a lot of reconfiguring for this COVID. They're doing a great job with regard to that. But as far as the hospital plans are concerned, I think they're really, really still kind of just in the formulation. They really haven't even secured the property yet. And so I think on that 35 billion, maybe we could pass the financing bill, but I think that the chairman basically has admitted that that 35 million probably will be used for other purposes. I think after this session, we really should get together and I'm going to speak to the chairman about it and sit down and make a final decision. As you know, it's over appropriated in terms of how many bills have been introduced to use the ITC reimbursement. And I just don't think it's a good way for us to set that example. I think we should, amongst ourselves and definitely during a roundtable, deal with all these bills and basically figure out what our priorities are and go forward with regard to that. If you look at the EITC reimbursement combined with the ACTC now that's fully funded and no longer an unfunded mandate, that's over $100 million in terms of relief to the general fund. That's why I know before I came on, we were in the midst of the issue of it was hot and heavy with regard to payment of RISE Act, and that has settled down now. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the budget. So, kind of rolling into that, right? You take the EITC, you take the ACTC reimbursement. This year, we're realizing the $30-some million after having gone out and refund the bonds. And then as well, we got an increase in Section 30. So it's really not hard to figure out why this budget, why we were very conservative in the area of BPT. And the reason why is, we know the governor has a lot of flexibility in terms of the kind of finances she's dealing with. So we locked that down, and we also locked down the transfer authority to make sure, that the budget would be, stable. But we also think going forward, a lot of us within the minority think that it's time to start talking about possible BPT relief again for the businesses, because there really is, if you really break it down, there's a lot of resources now, within the government. And then of course you have that $600 million piggy bank, which we still don't have a plan for. But yesterday we found out that the hospital got almost $8 million. So maybe we'll continue to find out information as we go forward. But for session this time, I think the big deal is those finance bills. I would really like to see DOC move forward. I think that's something that the entire community, of course it's not really sexy or popular, to talk about an issue where, people are not overly concerned. You'd rather talk about our kids, schools, education, for financing. But that is a critical area of public safety, and it's something that I think the team at DOC has done a good job putting together.
Right, then let's start with the Department of Corrections, because we did have Major Anton Uggan on our program yesterday, and he did talk about today is the day that they are going to be making a presentation to the governor. As you know, Information to Energy, the consultant, has been working with DOC since February, I believe, to come up with this master plan, which was paid for with DOI grant money. And have you, by any chance, or any member of the legislature, had an opportunity to look at this plan? Or is there plans to present it to the legislature as well?
I have not, but I know that that's what Major Anton and their team had said was what they were going to do, and Director Carbolito, what they were going to do was presented to the governor, and then shortly after they were going to ask us for an opportunity to come and come before us. And so, that is great. The timing is really good. And I think, the passage of this bill will be something that will secure that, and I think it's the proper investment. And once again, kudos to their team. That really is a major accomplishment.
Right. Yeah, and especially considering the fact that with the consultant, they did get a chance to tour some of facilities in Michigan and someplace else I can't remember. So I guess it's going to be part of their
Michigan and Ohio.
Part of their overall.
Yeah, because Major Uggan said he went to Saginaw, the Saginaw prison in Michigan, and I believe they were in Northeast Ohio too.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say because of your experience as a former director of DYA, this way.
Right, absolutely, and the thing is, I know that's why this has really been under development for a long time, and what's really good as well is, there was speculation before that they were going to, change their footprint, look for a different location and everything else. And now that they can do that and they've engineered it to where they can do it on their current footprint, it really just makes it all that more, much more, feasible going forward. And so, yeah, definitely, man, I tell you, I work closely with those guys that, the special operations team sort, and they would help us once in a while when we had, kids who would run away and things like that. So, yeah, a great team over there, a lot of very experienced people. But I tell you, the many visits that I did over there with different administrations and everything else, and you've seen it yourself firsthand, Bree and Chris, and you guys have been up there, and it really is just something that is so difficult to manage. So I'm really glad they're moving forward, and I hope we pass that bill. I certainly am going to vote for it.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this plan, especially if they're talking about possibly building a vertical, and I guess it's a multiple step phased in plan for 80 years or whatever, but starting first with a 600 cell facility.
Right.
So
definitely, and I mean, who knows? Maybe a modern prison with a correctional facility, if you will, maybe with more opportunities. Maybe we can reduce recidivism. Maybe with the ability to really control contraband so much better. We can get through some of the dependency issues and some of the things that a lot of our prisoners, those who have been convicted and are incarcerated, or even those who are awaiting trial, maybe there will be more opportunities for rehabilitation. And so, there is a bright side also, I think, a possible bright side, other than just the fact that it's the right thing to do, because we're probably, always teetering on being out of compliance. It's the right thing to do because the officers deserve a proper working environment. It's the right thing to do because, even if you just look at it from a fiscal perspective, it pays for itself almost. So when you put all that stuff together, but I would hope also that, maybe one final result is that the facility has, so many opportunities built in that maybe rehabilitation and recidivism can go down because, you have a facility that's more conducive to probably, containing and incarcerating, but then also other opportunities as well. So kudos to the team, and I look forward to see what they can do when it comes to fruition.
Moving on to the Guam Memorial Hospital, I found it interesting that you mentioned that they actually got ARP money, because we did have the hospital administrator on last week, and we did ask whether or not she had received any money, in ARP money from the governor, and her answer at the time was no, but that it would be forthcoming. Here we are now a week later, and you're saying that they received ARP money. Did they say where this money is, what it's going to be used for?
Yeah, Lillian did mention that it was going to be used for vendor payables. Nothing really specific, but I think they have some aging that is probably, I think they mentioned could be in excess of 90 days. So certainly they got to bring that aging down and make sure they stay current with their vendors. Kind of interesting because they mentioned that they were disappointed with the budget, yet it was their request. And so the speaker kind of reminded them, this was your request. I think one of the other highlights, Bree, was, I asked also if their capital improvement projects, the roof and all the other things that were done during the assessment. Cando said, most of the assessments in terms of immediate repairs needed still totals about $22-25 million. But that remains to be unfunded as well. So we're going to have to continue to work very closely with the hospital. I think Senator Addo really was asking a lot of the poignant questions with regard to the medical examiner. I know that you guys have really worked on that story for a long time as well. I think it's time to, kind of clamp down on that again. I think it's really critical for the people of Guam that we, not wait any longer. Now, I know this is not GMH's full responsibility, but I think that because they're co-located and, the pressures on them in terms of classifications of death, especially recently with death on arrivals, folks dying outside of the hospital and the requirement for some sort of review. So, Bree, I hopefully they bring that up at their next board meeting and really kind of clamp down on, they've got to push the issue with the AG's office and everything else to make sure that this gets done, because I have a feeling as well, I mean, they didn't quite come out and say it, but I have a feeling that some of the issues with regard to remains, are also associated with having to make sure that there's an examination and a report before they release the body. Now, they did mention that there is also some logistical issues with funeral homes and families because of COVID having difficulty getting their paperwork done and being able to, bring their family members to the funeral home for final services. But also, alongside that is the issue of the medical examiner. And I think that should really be near the top of the list for GMH and for the governor for sure.
Yeah. Well, I think it can't be said enough how much we appreciate everyone at the Guam Memorial Hospital, right? But, something that was mentioned here on the show, even just yesterday, was this COVID fatigue that's going on with all of our frontliners, but more particularly at GMH. They just shut down elective surgeries indefinitely because of staff shortages and the hospitalizations. Was that brought up in terms of how short they are with staff and the need for more nurses and the resignation of 3 physicians?
I did actually it wasn't couched directly like that, but what I did ask was with their, with the fact that they're not doing elective surgeries, because we have got some inquiries as well at the office that, we call them elective surgeries, right? But a lot of them are really critical, that people are in chronic pain, different issues, they're elective in nature, but if not done, can progress. And so I asked if GRMC is also, if they've had communication. Lillian said she would get back to us. She would inquire after that meeting whether or not GRMC has suspended that service as well, so that our people of Guam kind of know, what's going on. But yeah, definitely they mentioned that they're really continuing to count on a lot of their federal dollars and other income sources to continue to bring out travel nurses. That was really kind of at the highlight. One thing I think that they were kind of showing us as well that is kind of mitigating some of the issues. They really are doing a lot of telemedicine. They're doing a lot of rounding with hospitalists and other specialties, and they look to continue to develop that. So I think that's kind of their trajectory now to be able to maintain the services. Is going to be if they continue to have issues with doctors resigning and that telemedicine is kind of going to be the go-to. I really do feel for them, because if you see a lot of the plans they laid out, and it really probably would even be worth watching in its entirety. The presentation was very thorough, and a lot of their plans are very close to completion. Health records, and a lot of, like I said, the telemedicine in terms of that advancement and things that they're doing really are on track. I mean, they really are completely hampered by this COVID situation, and so I'm sympathetic to that. But they seem to be on top of it in terms of maybe we're praying that this COVID situation subsides and they get back to regular business. And it looks like in that case they would be able to resume with all of the technologies that they're bringing in and different things that they're doing to compensate for the issues of shortages.
Okay. We're going to head back into the Zoom room because we've got to check in with the National Weather Service. But I guess any final comments, anything? For me, I just want to know, have you guys gotten any word? Are we going to see a plan for ARP anytime soon?
Yeah, so I see Landon in here, and I just wanted to mention if he needs a report from Tamuning, that's why it's getting a lot darker. Here's my lighting, so sorry to the public. My artificial lighting isn't on right now. I thought natural lighting would be enough, but there hasn't been, and that remains to be disappointing, Bree. I think it's going to be really important in the coming days and weeks One thing I think that's going to force it, Chris and Bree and Jay, I think one thing that's going to force this situation is the fact that we're starting the new fiscal year. And so as that comes about, and also we're going to probably start hearing from labor and other divisions in terms of the impact of the end of PUA and NEFPA. So I think that hopefully what happens now is the natural forces, like natural weather, leads to some disclosure. But I'm going to continue, and I think all members of the legislature, this is not a majority minority issue. You've heard from the speaker and others that, we really, really want to see the governor's plan. And I think a lot of people are becoming increasingly concerned that maybe with the new infrastructure money coming in that the congressman is represented on that opportunity, maybe the $300 million now needs to be used for other purposes to help our people as much as possible. So I would like to put that on the table. I think we need to continue to talk about that, because I think there's probably still near 10,000 people that are going to be out of work, and we've got to be very concerned about that. So I appreciate the time, guys. I know you got to move on.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. It's interesting
Yeah,
that
but yeah, Landon, it's big clouds over here in Tamuning. Take care, you guys.
there you go. I don't know.
Stay safe.
Scientific
Look
that
forward
is.
to the report. Stay safe,
Right.
you guys. God bless.
Big clouds to morning.
Yeah, sorry guys. I know we are going to go to Landon with the weather, but pertinent to that, Janela Carrera from Public Health just sent a WhatsApp message that says COVID testing today at the old Carnival grounds in Teadsden and at the Northern Region Community Center has been canceled due to the inclement weather. Please inform your listeners. Can do. So the Teadsden and Northern Region Community Center testing for COVID-19 canceled today because of the expected weather. And good thing we got Landon on the line to break down everything that's expected.
Thanks, Janela.
Landon Iled from the National Weather Service joining us now. Landon, we're going to go ahead and give you the floor for this presentation on the weather that we're experiencing, not just this morning, but set to experience the next few days. Again, Landon Iled from the Weather Service. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for giving me this time to talk about this weather. This is something we were talking about as a possibility back on Monday during the weather outlook for the week, and this is what's coming to be in our existence. So this is what's been circulating around the region since yesterday. This is one of our posts. 99W tropical disturbance. It's been north of Chuuk. That's our big concern, that it was upgraded to a tropical cyclone formation alert by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center late yesterday evening. So this is 99W, and it is coming our way. Let me flip to their other graphic. This is the forecast plot for that tropical cyclone formation alert, 99W. It is going to be tracking generally in our direction, passing through the Mariana Islands sometime later on Thursday or early Friday morning. What are we exactly expecting? Well, the good news is it's a very disorganized system, still in its very early formative stages. So we're not looking at a tropical storm or a severe tropical storm or a typhoon passing through the islands, but we will be seeing a lot of showers, thunderstorms, and gusty winds over the next 48 to 60 hours. By the weekend, things will be clearing out. We'll have a pretty good outlook for the weekend come Saturday. So the next 3 days, rest of today, Thursday, and Friday, this will be the story: showers, thunderstorms, gusty winds. We've been seeing gusts up to around 23, 24, 25 miles per hour here at the airport this morning with the heaviest showers. And that's all part of this surface trough that's been leading ahead of this disturbance coming through the islands. We were seeing that approach the islands yesterday evening. Behind that, there's not much reprieve, just more showers, thunderstorms, and clouds. So for Chris and Tamuning, the clouds are going to be hanging around today. We've had thunder here at NCS earlier this morning, showers and thunderstorms heavy at times, and that's just going to be the theme for the next several days as 99W does approach. The tricky thing is in these scenarios is this is in its early stages, so it's still in the formation stage. A lot can happen over the next 6 to 12 hours as far as how we're going to play this system. Is it going to be a tropical depression? That seems like a very likely scenario. There remains a lot of uncertainty whether it's going to be a broader, weaker circulation passing near and south of Guam over the next 36 hours, or as some models have been depicting, this is what we were looking at on Monday morning, was a tropical storm, small compact tropical storm passing through the islands Thursday evening and then continues to develop as it moves away. So there is that uncertainty, that split between the model solutions over the next 24 hours. And right now our forecasts are keeping more conservative with a showery outlook for the islands the next several days with gusty winds. So there could be some room for change, but if this thing does get upgraded to a tropical depression later today, that does not change our prognosis too much as far as expectations. Again, we're not looking at a severe tropical storm or typhoon, but it's going to be sloppy the next several days. So keep up to date with the latest forecast information from my office on weather.gov/GUM and our social media pages, U.S. National Weather Service Guam, because we'll be communicating a lot of updates there. Special weather statement is in effect for Guam and the CNMI, detailing the impacts and expectations with 99W. Best is forecast right now.
Landon and his team over on NW. It's on Facebook.com/NWS Guam. Because, everybody in business says it all the time, send us a DM and everything like that, and we'll try our best to get back to you. The NWS folks will write back to you guaranteed. Like, I have yet to see, like, a comment they didn't respond to, where someone said I reached out to them 5 minutes later. It was an actual human. It wasn't some bot or autoresponder that said, hi, thanks for your question and everything, so you guys get it back. But Landon, that is kind of the word right now. So intensity, not so much a concern. However, the conditions over the next couple of days, like you said, in your own words, sloppy.
Yeah, that's correct. And so again, the time and distance is on our side as far as expectations with 99W. There's not much time for this thing to significantly develop and consolidate and become a more formidable tropical system for the islands. However, time is working against us as far as how we're going to discuss this, communicate it, the government, conditions of readiness, all that's going to be a discussion. So how we're going to play this, will it require tropical storm watches or warnings? We're going to be making a lot of decisions later today based on the daytime imagery and observations that we can get from the system and how we want to discuss with Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So again, showers, thunderstorms, gusty winds the next 48 hours. So stay tuned. Things will evolve quickly with the system, as is the case with all tropical systems in the region. A worst case scenario would be this thing would be developing near the Marshall Islands and has plenty of time to develop into something more formidable for us. So that's the good news.
All right. So it looks like you're getting your game face back on. I mean, you're always the most positive guy, but time to earn that paycheck, man.
Back from vacation.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Back from vacation, ready to rumble. So
right on.
We are.
I'm sure the geologist wouldn't appreciate you using those particular words, but we get your point.
I'll have a word with the geologist in the room.
We'll see you when you guys have like the interagency softball game and everything like that. But hey, man, we'll be in touch with you certainly and everything like that. So if there's any update and everything, just pass it on to us and we'll do our best to help out.
I have been asked a lot of questions with other interviews is what to do for preparedness and stuff. And like I've said, with previous systems that's come through in the last several months, we've been very fortunate in 2020 and so far through the year this year. We're looking at tent, canopy, and tarp type storms. We're not looking at full-blown typhoons and stuff. So we've been remarkably fortunate. We've been blessed here in the region that we've not had something more significant come through, at least in the duration of the time of COVID. So we've been very fortunate in that aspect. So again, we're looking at a tent, canopy, tarp type situation. So secure your loose items. Today's the day to do it, even though the showers and thunderstorms are out there. When thunder roars, get indoors. If you can hear thunder, you are at risk of being struck by lightning. So do keep that in mind as all this weather's blowing through today.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but because today's Wednesday, since Landon mentioned like the tarp and everything like that, isn't today like the day when they have like the little markets? Don't they have one like up in Dedido where they have like the food trucks go around? Is that on Wednesday? That's on Wednesdays, right?
I think it's Tuesdays.
Or is it Tuesdays?
I did want to ask Landon
I was
about
thinking Thursday.
Yeah, maybe Thursday.
Do you have any information in terms of like impacts it might have to CNMI?
For the CNMI, much similar conditions. Some of the models show some slightly stronger winds across the CNMI. If we have a broader, weaker circulation as one of the scenarios is depicted in some of the models, with that broader, weaker circulation passing near south of Guam, it shows these stronger winds up on the northern flank. And let me show you this. This is, again, I like to show you on Monday mornings our polar orbiting winds across the sea surface. The center is like right about here, north of Chuuk, about 11,151. That's where it was earlier this morning. And you notice the blue winds, the blue wind barbs. This is lighter winds around 5 to 15 knots. The greens are 15 to 20 knots. So it shows the stronger winds along the north side, but I expect to see more of this as this thing consolidates, it gets better developed in the next 24, 36 hours. this is a little burst of stronger southerly winds around 20 to 25 knots, and that's indicative of the gustier aspect of this. So we're going to see those wind gusts gradually, the potential for wind gusts increase over the next 24 to 48 hours. But again, the broader mass of stronger winds is just to the north of this. So this is a complex situation, and it is evolving. So there's going to be a lot of changes to our forecasts. Again, we're not looking at a full-blown severe tropical storm or typhoon for us. But as far as how this plays out, as far as rainfall potential, wind potential, best guess, there is that potential for flash flooding in the next several days, and then also a canopy tarp type situation. Make sure they're either taken down or heavily secured as this approaches. This is just going to be another routine passage of a tropical system through the island, something that is definitely not new to us in the region. This is just another work of the mechanicians for the islands.
All right. Thank you so much, Landon, for coming in.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
On, man.
All right, 7:25. Quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link, which is brought to you proudly in part by Pacific Point.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
Brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The KUAM Care Force present The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Said those have been suspended for today.
Right. Well, that's one way to bring the numbers down. Let's head to the Zoom room. We're here for our Wednesday check-in. Speaker Teresa Lahi. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason, and all of KUAM. Good morning, Guam. Off a day.
Off a day. Well, I know that Bree had probably some questions about the hospital hearing, but I wanted to ask if we could start with the human remains that were recently discovered.
Yes, I was just informed that there were some more human remains found up at the area that used to be the village of Sabanan-Fadang, about 100 meters from where those other burials were found. And so at least one burial so far, and now they're going to do that surveying where they measure out certain number of feet from that site and look for more. But yeah, it's disturbing because it's the same area. It's the same, part of the ancient village that was known prior to all of this construction. So they're pretty confident that this is a Chamorro burial, and unlike some of the other burials that are found where they, spend a lot of time trying to figure out, who they are or who they were. These ones, I think they're pretty confident these are Chamorros as well, just like the others, the 12 other persons that were found 100. It's all up there at the base that they're constructing in the Finnegauden area. They're pretty much cleared. It's all cleared. There are patches of land that are not cleared, and I guess this was one of them that they were beginning to clear when they found these burials. So I'm hoping that, of course, they will preserve these in place. But it really brought to my attention that there are others. So those areas, Magua and Sabanan-Fadang, they're pretty much cleared with very few exceptions of patches of land where they might have found human remains, and so those patches are not entirely cleared yet, although Magua is entirely cleared. But there are other areas that I'm concerned about now, including Andy South, that they're doing construction up there at Andy South. Mogfog, they've also had significant findings up there, including, Lati, of course, and I think human remains, or I know human remains. And so we have asked them what their plans are for this area. If, I'm asking the SHPO if they're going to, have them preserve these in place, stop the construction, and at least the portion where they are finding, making the bulk of these findings. And the other area of concern, of course, is that the fifth firing range, the largest one that's supposed to be 59 acres just by itself in that complex of 5 firing ranges. So in that area, that construction was put on hold for a while, but in the interim, they've been doing surveying of the area, archaeological surveying. And my understanding is that they have made significant findings in that area as well. And so I am hoping the SHPO is going to discuss this with the governor and all of the senators, and that we can come to some kind of understanding as to how we would like to ask them to proceed or not proceed. I think according to the SHPO, the findings are significant enough that a pause should be considered again for that area. Not even a pause, an avoidance of the area, in fact. So those are the burials, yes. And so that's all I know so far. The Andy South, some people refer to that area that I'm talking about as Mogfog. And so we know from, again, the maps that there were people who lived there in ancient times, and they are also, just families whose history traced from that area. Some of these burials that they're finding, interestingly, are carved into the limestone. And I don't know, I found that it's a unique up there in the north, of course.
Speaker, we're going to ask you to hold real quick. I hope you have time because we're trying to figure out, are we good or what? Because I'm good in here. I don't know. Yeah. We're good? You sure? Okay. Speaker, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Bree, are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
Bree.
Good morning.
We had a temporary existential crisis.
Yeah. Speaker, before we get on to the other things, I just got to say, I mean, burial after burial, and it's the same thing. We get upset, make some noise, and then it's just on to the next one.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's like, this is what I'm trying to change. Well, at least for me, I can only speak for me, but what I'm trying to change is how the SHPO's office and how we on Guam treat these burials, and how we should know if these are ancient villages already recorded on Spanish maps from 1940, prior to 1944, obviously, that these are areas that we should avoid. And it's this avoidance that I really think is being overlooked. It's really what's supposed to happen, of course, for historic sites. I don't think you're going to find any other place where they are so rampantly, doing construction over ancient villages. And so this is, I think, we all have to work together to stop this. And I'm trying to do my part by sharing the information, by making sure that people know, what's up next, and that we can try to put a pause on these things if we can. And avoidance is supposed to be the theme of the programmatic agreement, where we avoid historic sites. But what we found is that really that's not how it's working. What they're doing is removing and cataloging, and that's not correct.
Okay, now
So
I'm sorry, Speaker. We're gonna take a quick break. Okay.
Okay.
Stand by. Grab you a coffee. 7:45. We'll be back with more of The Link next, right here. Good morning.
Wendy's BOGO $1.
KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
We're back. 7:49 on this. I haven't been able to say Wet Wednesday in a while. But yeah, please watch the road. Speaker Teresa Lahi in the KUAM News, the Link Zoom room. Thanks for joining us again, Speaker. So there was a hearing yesterday with the Guam Memorial Hospital, right?
Yes. So we had a roundtable with them. We wanted to get updates on, of course, the capital improvement projects that need to happen up there that have been, we've been following up on these for maybe the last 4 years now. And so we got an update on the electronic health record system, the roof repairs, the HVAC systems, and other CIP projects. And also, of course, I heard the minority leader earlier say that, so they reported to us that they had received significant amounts of federal funds, including, I think it was 26.5 million they received during FY21 in federal funds. And they are slated to receive 7.2 million in ARP funds. And that was news to us that they said they had signed the papers and that, so the money would be transferred to them soon. And they were going to use that for vendor payments. We also talked about, of course, their capacity. So they showed us the capacity and how they've been able to, convert existing rooms to COVID capacity and other capacity type. So most of that was by changing the air systems and allowing for telemetry in those units as well, by changing out the power systems. And so their maximum capacity is 161 patients. They're right now at 167. So that's significant. Also, you've heard them announce that they've cut off the elective operations, and that's because they want to use those rooms as well, and they're going to only allow for emergency operations. So capacity remains a big issue, right? And so they did acknowledge that they intend to use this hospital for the next 5 to 7 years. So they are actually investing significant amounts of money in things that are needed immediately. And so, we talked about the details of those upgrades. We also talked about the monoclonal antibody treatment. So that was my question. And I really wanted to know how these were being dispersed and if there was any type of priority system or not, because of, we didn't seem to have enough, right? And I think the shipments, because of the, some of the failures in the shipments or the storage, all of that, they really received just a little bit. So now they've received a larger portion. But according to Dr. Jolie Nuggan, most of their antibody treatments are being transferred to GRMC, and they are referring people up to GRMC for the transfusions. And they only are doing them at the hospital for those who are in their ER, in their units, and some of the pregnant women, other people who, but on a very limited basis is my understanding, and the rest are being referred up to GRMC. So this is interesting because we have the testing sites, and we have I guess a doctor at the testing sites who's going to be referring people for this treatment. We also have private clinics who, when they test somebody positive and believe that they are high risk, should be referring them to these treatment centers as well. So what between the public health oversight hearing and this GMH roundtable, it's a little bit confusing because of this distribution of, for example, Regeneron or the antibody treatments. We want to see these treatment centers stood up as soon as possible. They talked about like they were going to do it last week. I think we really need these out in the community. We need them to be accessible when they can do the shots instead of the transfusions. Of course, that's much more accessible for people, and it's going to be faster and probably safer for the personnel who are working in those places because of the limited amount of contact. But still, I think this is related to, just getting that detailed information out there. And I'm concerned about, public health's ability to stand these up quickly enough. I want to, commend the mayors for their efforts to encourage testing of their villagers and to make sure that the testing, the mayor Alec has been a big advocate of testing in their villages. So I agree that all of this should be done in the villages. This is what we discussed in oversight hearing last year, maybe a year ago. Exactly. We had, public health and the doctors in there talking about the ideal situation if we are having COVID positive patients is to treat them in their villages, like make sure that they get what they need, make sure they get the oximeters, and make sure that they can be seen if necessary. If they have questions or they're not feeling well and they're not sure whether, they need to go to the hospital or something, that people can take a look at them more immediately. I think we need to, of course, just keep on doing anything we can to make sure we don't overwhelm the hospital, but more importantly, that these people don't suffer and that they don't die, right? Just from not being seen or somebody not telling them, no, this is serious, go in. So of course, I commended Dr. Uggan during the hearing for the detailed information that she gave us in regards to the symptoms that you're going to see on what day and that. And I asked them to continue to give this information. I think the information that we can give to those people who have symptoms, those people who are testing positive, tell them how to, react to any kind of changes, that the more the better. And so that's why I saw the mayors had, in addition to the phone bank that they're doing, that they've also sent out letters and flyers to some of the villages. So I don't think all of the villages have done that, but some of them have. So I think they're trying to be proactive. Right. And I'd like to also encourage everyone to go get tested. And so it's very unfortunate that the testing sites are closed today. That was bad news, I heard, just while waiting on your Zoom channel here. But that's really bad news because I think there are a lot of people who still need and want to be tested, as we have seen every single day. Yeah. And I was very glad that they had opened up more sites for testing, including the southern site and the clinics, and they sent out lists. So the information's getting better. And as you see, they also sent out information. We've been really pushing them for more detailed information as to these COVID positives, the deaths, of course. We want to know as much as we can so that people can alter their own behaviors. They can know exactly who's at high risk. It sounds, and how they can alter their behavior now so that they can, either be seen promptly or just make sure that they don't wait too long.
Thank you, Speaker. We're gonna jump over the top of the hour, but I just wanted to get this out, guys. There is testing this morning. If you were planning on getting tested at TGen, that's been canceled. So is the testing at the Northern Public Health. But the Southern Community Health Center, just WhatsApping here with Mayor Ton Chargaloff, they will be conducting testing 9 to noon at the Southern
Oh.
Public Health Center.
That's great news because on their schedule, they're closed today. That's great.
Yeah. So that's coming from the mayor. And
You can also go to the Tier 2 clinics.
Tier 2 clinics, that's right.
Yes.
Of course, because a lot of people want to get tested. It's unfortunate that we get this weather when the mayors are really doing their outreach and they're sending the letters out to everybody encouraging people to get tested. And I really hope it's not one of these where we cancel it because of rain in the morning and then the rest of the afternoon is like the most beautiful day, because I think that's happened a couple times. Guys, on the Breeze side, we're KUAM FM in Agutni, Guam, 93.9, brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's go ahead and pick everything up and fix your hair, everyone, and we're going to go over to KUAM TV, where the link will continue right now. Good morning, Guam. It's 8 o'clock, and good morning, KUAM TV, our Thunder Buddies this morning. We're, this is the link. It's Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Coming up, Superintendent John Fernandez. Also, the FSM Consulate Office will do the greater good with the Breaking Wave Theater Company, and a little more with Guahan Sustainable Culture. That's all coming up here on the link. Miss a link, miss a lot. So don't miss it. Right now, though, in the KUAM News Zoom room, we have Speaker Therese Terlahi standing by. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, good morning.
Good morning. Speaker, I wanted to follow up on what you talked about regarding the disbursement of RegenCove. And you mentioned that they were giving, GMH was giving a majority of the vials, the monoclonal antibody treatments over to GRMC. Did they provide a reason why?
Limited capacity in their emergency room, and that they just can't be doing those transfusions. These transfusions, my understanding, takes about 4 hours, and they're already almost always at maximum capacity in the ERs, so they are referring them over to a transfusion center at GRMC.
I see. And also, was there any clarity in terms of, do they provide any of the RegenCove to public health, or is public health receiving their own shipment?
Yeah, I had asked that question because I wanted it to be very clear. It was not clear. So it sounds like GMH is going to continue to receive its own shipment, whatever it orders. And it will share its shipment with GRMC. And then public health, I can't confirm, but the way they described it to me was that they were also ordering from HHS, and that this was the only place that they could order it from was HHS, and that they would be receiving their own shipments, standing up their own treatment centers, and distributing those out to other clinics as they saw appropriate.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about how they're packed capacity, the but the overall census was 167, but the capacity at GMH overall is what 160. What about the utilization of the skilled nursing facility, and also the transformation of one of the wings into that alternate care facility?
Right. As you know, they've been, that's always been part of the big plan that I saw like maybe 2 years ago now. No, before COVID hit Guam, we looked at the plan, and the skilled nursing unit was always supposed to be the, pandemic location. Finding out that the HVAC system was absolutely not appropriate. They did a lot of work to convert up there to allow oxygen for the rooms, certain rooms. And so they've been doing different conversions and different upgrades for the last year that we've seen. So currently, they're trying to do the third wing and make that also, the HVAC system, that they're all separated so that they can bring in patients, without the risk of spreading the disease. So they're still working on that, but I know that they do have some patients up there.
Mm-hmm. What about?
They did. I'm not sure as of today. Yeah.
And what about, I remember last year that when they were using the SNF, they had to move all of the patients out of the facility, and they were, I guess, across the street, maybe, Catholic Social Services. Is that still the case, or has everybody been moved back to SNF?
I don't think everybody's been moved back. They've changed, but it was supposedly supposed to be the COVID unit, right, or the COVID location. So that's totally changed. Now it's the opposite. GMH is the COVID location, and the SNU is supposed to be the non-COVID for now. They're trying to make permanent upgrades so that it will be the permanent COVID location in the future. Not COVID, but pandemic or this type of
the alternate care facility. Right?
Yes. So ultimately, that's the goal for it. But right now, it's not. So it's the non-COVID. Some of these people who were in the hospital or SNU at that time are still, or were still in either GMH or St. Dominic's. And so I think they've been really trying to work hard on some of these really long-term stays, patients, find them families or other means of exiting the hospital. Sometimes that's really the issue. Otherwise, those with, it's just a matter of who needs that type of service, it looks like.
What was the update on bringing in medical officials and medical help from DOD?
It sounds like it's a large part of their, applications for grants from FEMA. They're also using other federal, so they multiple sources. That's how it looked to me during the presentation. They're using multiple sources to bring in traveling nurses, physicians, and other medical personnel. So it still seems to be a big priority because of the amount of finances that they are dedicating to that. And of course, we've always known that the capacity at GMH is very much dictated by the amount of staff that they have to service, to take care of the beds. And so it sounds like they're continually to try to bring them in now. Yeah. Bring more in. I think they have some right now. They it revolves.
Did they talk about the staff infections and resignations of physicians?
We did not talk about that during that hearing yesterday, but no, we didn't. Just how most of the staff have been working on. It's interesting. Some of the projects, for example, the electronic health records system, they said has been put on hold. It's a brand new system. We've got a brand new contract, right? So they're supposed to be converting to this new system, but that's been put on hold. And that's because the staff that works on that project has been transferred back to the floors. That's how they describe it, right? So a lot of, we heard that several times for several different projects, that these staff are so critical and that they are needed on the floors. So that's the number one priority right now, because their number of patients is so high because of this surge that they've had. And they've been on a surge of regular non-COVID patients, even prior to this COVID surge. So it's a very concerning. Guam, we have so much to do in regards to improving our overall health and reducing these comorbidities. Still much work to do, but I want to praise the staff at GMH, the nursing staff, the professional staff for their care for these patients. We hear a lot of stories about how caring the nurses are, to these people who are shut off from their families while they're in there. So I want to thank them for their patience in that regard and their dedication, perseverance. Really, it's been a long time now.
By the way, do you still have your weekly meetings with the governor?
Yes.
You do? Have you got? When was your last one? This past Monday, or?
We switched them to Fridays, and so we had it last Friday. Yes. So it's just me, the mayor, the president of the Mayor's Council. The Chief Justice is now joining us again. And they're pretty much COVID centered. So those meetings are COVID centered, and just to pretty much receive from the governor news of any changes, any potential executive orders. I think everything that was discussed in the last meeting, you know about now, and there's nothing that hasn't been implemented. We pretty much get it, and then they're implemented either that same day or yeah.
And,
So
but in terms of like restrictions or anything like that, no.
I know she's very hesitant to close schools, close businesses. She's very, very hesitant to do that. I asked straight out, if you hear a lot about the bars or the karaoke bars in particular, and I'm like, well, can we just do something in particular with those businesses? But I haven't heard anything. I'm thinking we're talking about, if she's talking about 18 to 39-year-olds who should be tested more often, or even just be tested because they're, the higher risk because they're more active, then more exposure. Maybe I don't know. I think maybe we can incentivize that age group some more to be tested, and so that they will know. And but I do like the every story helps. I think every family's story helps to inform other families, right? How did your family get COVID? It was one person who came home with it and spread to the entire family. And those stories, I think, are very effective. I have 11 siblings, right? Or 10 siblings. I'm the 11th, but I am so afraid of being the one to bring it to one of, the siblings, and then it creates a huge thing, or to let it get to my dad, who's already 87 years old, right? So all of these things, and I just think that's why I appreciate what you guys do, spreading the stories of these individuals and their families, the suffering that happens and the separation, and really such stress that happens when someone has to be hospitalized. And so I've also, tried to stress this with public health that if they can tell us exactly where these incidences are occurring, or, who are the businesses that are not complying. And I know that they were on your show yesterday saying that they haven't been able to catch, non-compliant businesses that we've seen.
What do you think of that, Madam Speaker? So they said basically Lonnie Navarro, who's heading up environmental health, said that when they go into these bars, they basically just ask the bar, like, hey, are you guys checking the stuff? And they're like, yeah, we are. And they don't do like a more thorough check, right? Which kind of made me wonder, like, why do we have these fines? And I mean, is that why no one's getting fined, is because they're not really checking? But in the event of a private event, they will go in and like ask everyone for their cards and the papers and all that stuff. So did you think that there needs to be these mandates, and especially the enforcement of them? Do you think it needs to be more evenly applied or more like thoroughly done?
Of course, if those mandates are truly, effective, right? And so, yes, if the mandate is effective, for example, keep your mask on, no being in the bar without a mask, then if that's an effective mandate, then yes, it should be enforced, absolutely. And that's supposed to be the premise of why these businesses remain open, right? That we're allowing you to remain open because you're going to follow these rules and require people to wear masks, for example, reduce the spread that way. But yeah, so those types of mandates, yes. And public health, yeah, I mean, we've seen it, I hate to say this, but they're so overwhelmed even up to now, even after the federal funds have come in, even after, oversight hearing after oversight hearing, demanding, how are you going to increase your long-term ability to do exactly that, to enforce, the regulations that you are imposing on people. How are you going to enforce that? And how are you going to ensure that I am safe in a restaurant versus, not, right? And if we're not, and that's what it really, so it's a matter of, unfortunately, I haven't seen this. They've done some hiring, but it's not what I had expected. I expected they were going to build up an entire new unit, right? That was going to be able to go out there and enforce, to trace very promptly. And as you know, right now, the tracing is kind of way beyond our capacity. Yeah. So those types of things are very concerning because, I just feel like I don't want to go around in circles here. We have to be able, we know what to predict. I think, that we're going to have to trace, we're going to have to know which businesses are not compliant, or we're going to end up shutting all the businesses. And if no one wants to do that, then you absolutely have to regulate the ones that are being opened or, that are showing risk. And the showing risk is a whole other issue, right? So I've been trying to get more details as to show me why you say the karaoke bars are the higher risk, right? Why do you say that? What are your numbers? Which parts of these numbers that you're releasing are from karaoke bars?
Yeah.
It's not clear. And so that's why I want them to be crystal clear, because I think people are so smart. They will take that information and be able to convert their behavior.
Madam Speaker, with the karaoke bars, I'm not sure what was reflected in the numbers, because I know when they do the data, they don't put like karaoke bars, this many cases.
No.
But in having Chima on, for the whole year, there were a couple instances, there were a couple karaoke bars that were involved with clusters. There was one earlier this year, and then there was one more recently where the bar owner of this karaoke bar didn't want to provide the contact log and didn't want to provide who was there. And so that's why they say the karaoke bars, right? And then I think they say the bars in general, because if it's the 18 to 39 that are supposed to be driving the surge, then they're probably the ones that go to the bars. But I want to go back to the mandates. You said something where if these mandates are working, then they need to be enforced strictly. I just want to ask you, do you think that these mandates that the governor put in place weeks ago are working?
Well, we've seen, I think, since then that obviously the vaccine mandate is not going to reduce the transmission necessarily, that people who are vaccinated may also transmit, right? Or be carriers and transmit. And so that message, I'm hoping, has been changed. And so we treat everybody as potentially, able to transmit this disease. And so we have to prevent the transmission of the disease by preventing, transmission of air from, body to body. And that's really the issue. And so those mandates, that's why I talk about the masks. I talk about, social distancing and the masks, and really, I see it all the time. I even walk the beaches to check the beach. The Tumon's crowded, right? So I try to walk it and check who are these people and what are they doing, pretty much just to get an idea. And of course, a lot of them are young people, but we still like to be close to each other. So everybody's close. So it's there's always a potential, and that we just, I don't know, we have to be careful, whether it's in a bar, outside a bar, anywhere. We have to just be careful.
Right.
If you want to prevent bringing it home to your family. There was a couple other things that came into our office this week, including the new revenue report, and that's for FY21. So we're now in September of FY21, right? The last month of the fiscal year. So we got the report that covers August, and it shows that we are looking now at a $48.8 million more in general fund revenues over what was adopted in the FY21 budget. I know that sounds surprising, right? Given all the instability that we've had in our businesses. However, 48.8 more in general fund revenues. This includes, of course, income taxes. And so PUA really helped this amount come in. But in July, when we were looking at the report, we were only looking at 22 million. So we made an amendment during the budget law, right, that would take 20 million and put that towards tax refunds right now during FY21. So it was good to see that the actual collected revenues are actually much higher than 22.3 million that we were looking at back then. And they're now looking more like 48.8 million towards the end of the fiscal year. So we've got about 30 more days to go, but I think we're pretty safe to say that 20 million can be added to our tax refunds account in order to try to catch up with those refunds and clear them all out. We still have about 6,000 pending to be paid, and the same amount to be processed and then paid. So I think this would be a very good use of this money and to make sure that that happens. The other thing that we heard, of course, you guys reported on this, was the Medicaid changes for going forward. And that's good to know. We didn't know that when we were doing the budget. So what happens is Guam can access $133 million in federal Medicaid funds for FY22. This is, but we've in our budget allocated about 13.7 million, right? And that will get us, we have to match these funds by a percentage. So right now, based on the new percentage that we have, our 13.7 million is going to get us about 59.4 million in federal Medicaid match of Medicaid funds. And that's 59.4 out of a possible 133, right? So the goal is for us to get the entire 133. Medicaid, of course, is health insurance. And some of these people, when we're talking about COVID, I mean, I think one of the issues is people are not, they're hesitant to go to the doctor. They need to be covered, and so we're going to have to find a way in our upcoming session, I hope, or as soon as possible to make up the difference between accessing 59.4 and accessing the entire $133 million of Medicaid, so that we can ensure that, that income is not the factor of who's going to pass away from COVID, who's not going to go to the doctor fast enough, who's not going to be seen, and that we're going to make sure that anyone eligible can be covered and they can have access to medical care that way. So those are the two big ticket items, I think, that we've learned since the budget was passed. And we still have not learned how this earned income tax credit is going to come in, but I'm happy that the child tax credit is being distributed. I want to commend Revenue and Taxation for that. So that's being distributed in advance of even filing your tax year 2021 return, right? They're paying out child tax credits. And we don't know how the earned income tax credit is going to come in, whether they're going to give us the money in advance and tell us to use it to pay out, the credits themselves, the refunds, or whether they're going to give it to us after we've paid out these refunds. And that's why the more money we can put into the refund account right now, the faster we're going to be able to pay out all taxes, including earned income tax credits, beginning, January. That's the first day you can file a return, right? So that's what the goal is. And I think just it's cash, it's their cash. And I would like to get them to them as soon as possible, pending any other ARP plans or any other federal, infrastructure money or childcare money, all of that. I'm looking forward to that, the details of those also, being discussed. And
is it coming, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Is the plan coming? Is it coming out? What did you hear?
Did not hear a word, unfortunately. No, we've asked. So I don't know. So right now, if you look at what happened yesterday's hearing with GMH, so we're learning from GMH that they're going to get money, and I'm going to have to continue to follow up with this. But we did put a reporting requirement in that in November, they have to report. But of course, we needed to know this prior to doing a budget for FY22. I think we need to know this now so that we can give some assurance to people as to how, what everyone's looking at. Businesses, I think, need, if we're going to stabilize our economy, despite, the very uncertain times we are in, we just need to give this in a plan where we can all plan around that, right? And we can alter our businesses, we can alter our own individual, financial situations based on, what use this money might go to. For example, if the new bill's going to cover childcare, then, mothers can plan on getting back to work. Mothers can plan on, not having to put that type of income aside to pay childcare. All of it. It's
Yep.
all, going to help us to revive our economy. It all works together. So the more information, the better. You know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Madam Speaker, the congressman has been coming out with these little blurbs, I mean, going back months about what we can use this American Rescue Plan funding for. There's the premium pay for the private
Yes.
sector workers. There's the, child care funding. And so when you talk about planning, you're absolutely right. It's like, how do the people who are anticipating, because of these things the congressman puts out, that they might be on the receiving end of some of this assistance with the ARP, but I mean, we're just flying in the dark here. What he says we're able to do with this money, I mean, obviously he would know, he's the congressman, right? But we just don't hear anything from the governor, like zero. PUA ended, and there was like nothing. She didn't have a message to PUA. She didn't have a press release. She didn't have a plan about what we're going to do to, keep these people from.
Has anybody asked, okay, so if you're not going to give us a plan, tell us what you've already spent the money for.
And
And
that's the other
really,
thing,
300 million, she's dead set, I'm going to do this hospital thing. So,
Well,
really,
we
it's
did
300.
ask, of course, during the budget, we did ask Mr. Byrne exactly what has been spent as of that date. And so he did give us, and there were only the two items, I think, at that point. It was the RISE, and it was the money that went to GIDA for the small business pandemic grants.
But then before
And,
that, there was also the quarantine.
bereavement.
They paid some bereavement fund. They paid for some quarantine costs. So they've spent a pretty decent chunk of that money. But I guess they're waiting till November to report it.
Well, yeah, that's not been reported. That was not reported by Byrne that day. It was my understanding a lot of that was used. They used CARES money for those things and other federal funds.
No, she was pretty specific. That
Yeah,
it
we
was,
have it. We-
ARP
For
because
the
she
bereavement. For
yeah,
the bereavement.
yeah, because she came back from her Washington,
Yeah.
D.C. trip, and she
yeah,
held the
no, you're
press
right.
conference, and she said, I spent it on this and that, and so.
That's right. I take it back. She did during her press conference lay out a couple of the other items, which were not discussed by Mr. Byrne. Yeah,
Right.
that's correct. I remember that making a list that day of the other items they were spent on. But no, unfortunately, and I think we should all just have an understanding. A plan, of course, can be changed. And so it doesn't have to be perfect. Our plan was not perfect. No plan is perfect. Even Congress's plan as passed is not perfect. But we just have to get close to that. And the only way we're going to get closer to that is by discussing it. I think, showing it, and let's discuss it, and let's make it as, better if possible.
Yeah, I just feel so bad. Like, what does it got to take to get this plan? I mean,
There's
we've got
no plan. I don't think
hundreds
there's a
of
plan.
people every day testing positive, and the deaths just keep increasing. So
Yes.
I don't
The
know.
deaths are very, of course, concerning. This is hitting everybody around us. So there's no avoiding it at this point. There's no avoiding, knowing. We all know someone who's tested positive. We know entire families who are testing positive. We know households who are just really being traumatized because of the implications of testing positive. You have implications for work, for school, of course. You have implications for, the elderly in the house. You have to either separate or, I had to follow up on the isolation facilities because I was getting calls from people who couldn't seem to access isolation facilities fast enough when they wanted to get in there and separate themselves from their families.
Mm-hmm.
And so public health assures me that they do have a process, but a lot of these processes, it's like it's got to get to the one person, then they've got to clear it. And then, so it's just time consuming and so that's an issue for me. The longer we have COVID positive people staying in a house where they know they cannot isolate, that's very concerning. So we need to be very quick in getting them to an isolation facility, which we do have right now. The government is paying for isolation facilities.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to know that as well. So if you're in that situation, please, call public health and avail of isolation facility. So if you want to separate from your family.
I'm
during
just
this time.
wondering why, though, Speaker, we haven't seen all 15 senators go down to the legislature and ask, what is the plan? Like I said, we have hundreds of people testing positive. People are dying every day or every other day. What are you going to do? I mean, why should we have to beg for her to come up with the plan on where she's spending all this money, or what is the plan to spend this money? I don't know. I'm really upset and frustrated that we have not heard crap about this. And she's had this money since, what is it, May, July? I'm surprised you're not down there by now with everybody.
I think they just wore us.
I've
They
been
wore
down
us
there
through.
as much as I can. I do whatever I can, whenever I can, and I'm not giving up, Sabrina. So don't give up. I mean, it's not I agree. We should not have to beg. No one should have to beg. The people of Guam need some assurance. This is always been the priority. It's like, we're not doing this for any type of political anything. It has to be to give them some kind of assurance of how they're going to move forward, right? People are trying to make decisions now as to, whether they even can go back to work or whether they're going to, not be able to, what type of work are they going to be able to. We talked about, we did some in the budget where we tried to increase these programs where we're going to do the retraining. And I think those should be immediately implemented types of things so that we get them on them without any gap between PUA and this new, like an internship where you get paid a stipend to learn this other and that type of thing. So yes, I agree with you. And
Madam Speaker, I don't want to interrupt, but I have to. We have a lady on the line here who wanted to share a story relative to exactly what you were just talking about with COVID positives and the isolation. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Buenas, Chris, Sabrina, and Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to call, I was explaining to Chris that, there were 12 people, in my family's household, and recently 7 of them tested positive, and it was literally like one by one by one. And we first found out, my brother had come home. He was feeling sick. He was able to get tested and everything. And, it's a huge family. And, like a lot of our families, we only have very limited rooms. And so there's 12 people in the house and maybe 3 bedrooms available. And so my brother was literally staying outside underneath the canopy. We kept asking public health, like, hey, can he go into an isolation facility? They were giving me all these different types of numbers. They said, call the National Guard. Maybe they can help you. And we really were very concerned about, okay, well, is my brother going to have a place to stay and to isolate safely tonight? And so that was a huge, it was a challenge. And, he stayed outside the canopy for the entire day. He wasn't able to get picked up by by the National Guard until about 7 or 8 o'clock that night. And because we had kids in the house, my father is 67 years old, he had to stay away. And long story short, over the next couple of days, more folks in the family started feeling sick. So we all, went and got tested. And, again, out of the 12, there were 7 that tested positive. My father, who's 67, we took him to Naval Hospital. He tested positive, on arrival. They said that he had pneumonia as well. But the following day, it was like, okay, yeah, you go home because we really don't have any space. And so, again, and we had siblings who stayed, in the room with my father as, their caretakers. And, he always needs someone there just in case, he needs water or he needs help to go to the restroom. And so there was really no way to properly isolate. And so Naval Hospital released him. We called public health and they said, ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. If Naval Hospital is saying let him go home, go home. So he ended up coming home. And then the following day, we took my nephew to go get tested. He is only 11 years old. He wasn't able to get, the vaccine or anything. He tested positive. He became really sick. And then over the next course of a couple of days, 4 more family members, they just kept getting sick. And so Madam Speaker, you said, hey, you call public health, they can help you with isolation. And every single time we called, tried to explain that, it's a large family. We have very limited space. We don't have anywhere for anyone to go to safely isolate. They just kept saying, oh, well, I'm sorry, there's no room in isolation. And, everyone in the family is probably going to get it anyway. So just stay together. And, hey, if people get sick, they get sick. And, so it's really sad because everyone who was able to get vaccinated got vaccinated, and their symptoms thankfully weren't that bad. However, we had my 11-year-old nephew, and then my two nieces. One is 8 years old and one is 7, and they were feeling headaches, they were feverish, and we were really scared. But we didn't know what to do because, hey, public health said everybody just stay home. The whole family's going to get it eventually, and there's really nothing else that could be done. And so I'm sharing this because, I'm sure that, because there's no lockdown or, any increased restrictions, guarantee more people are going to get sick. And so if other families are experiencing this, I just want to know who should they call? Should they reach out to public health? Do they go to the National Guard? We were even calling like the isolation facilities directly, and it was a circle. It was a round robin. Very frustrating. I felt very blessed, because we could, we were together and we kind of prayed and, we got through it together. But again, there may be families that would be even more scared, who have never experienced anything like this, and they wouldn't know what to do. So any guidance, who to call, public health, that I think that messaging out to the public would be helpful.
Thank you for sharing that story. This is exactly the issue that I shared with the governor during our meeting, and I shared with public health repeatedly. In fact, we were getting so many calls that the 311 number was not working, first of all. So that, getting a hold of public health is an issue. I agree with her. And what she's describing is exactly what I'm describing. These households where the entire households are going to get, affected if we can't isolate them quick enough, for sure, there seemed to be a hesitation in allowing people into the isolation, which I was assured was not the case. So, I'm glad she told her story, and I'm going to follow up again.
Hang on, though. We're going to ask you some
I
stuff.
raised with the governor and with public health directly.
Ma'am, so I'm assuming you really pay attention, but this is is this week 9 of this thing?
8.
This is week 8 of this surge, right? And the numbers, they're crazy high. Just your story, I think, is a snapshot of what, even public health believes is going on in the community. But for them to say, oh, well, everyone's going to get it anyway, it kind of seems like that's where we're at because they just refuse to do anything to stop the spread.
You're absolutely right. And, how do we explain this to the kids? The kids are worried about, of course they want to go back to school, but, hey guys, you guys are sick, and so we could use a lot more education and resources to better explain this to children because, if they see their parents scared, their aunts and their uncles scared, they're just going to be scared out of their minds, and so it's nerve-wracking and, I'm with y'all. I listen to you guys every single morning and I just appreciate all you do.
Sabrina's speechless. That hardly happens. But yeah, I just feel like we've been abandoned. I really do. We had Dr. Berg on, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. You guys all heard that interview. He was basically saying it's not far off, and not the plan per se, but the virus and the spread cannot be controlled. And so it kind of sounded like he was of the everyone's going to get COVID anyway school. And from what public health is telling you, if that's the policy, are you freaking serious? Like, you're just going to leave us to infect each other? And, the unvaccinated to get sick and die? And I just don't get it, ma'am. It's, I don't know.
Very sad.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what to say.
I hope the governor's listening. I'll say that.
We will continue to call them and pretty much on a daily basis and let them know the stories that people are relaying to us. Then these are very real and situations. And I don't agree, Chris, that we should let everybody be on their own. And I don't agree that we should adopt any kind of philosophy that we're going to get some kind of immunity by letting everybody get sick and suffer. No, I'm not I don't agree with that. And we have a lot of resources to use. I just heard yesterday somebody's talking now they're going to finally send out oximeters with the people who test positive. You know, we've been asking for that for a year. And so I don't know what the resistance is. That's the baffling part. But anyways, you know, I'm going to continue to push on my part. Thank you again to the caller who shared her story. And that's a very real story, one that I have heard from several families. So I know this is happening in households. And it's very concerning. They should not have to suffer like that.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Sorry.
thank you, Speaker. And
May
thank you.
Can I just ask one more
Yes,
question, if
please.
possible? So, you know, I work on one of the military bases, and, you know, of course, there was all this talk about the summer surge. Sabrina, thank you for, you know, the entertainment whenever Chima comes on. Those are always some tense and interesting conversations that, you know, we appreciate because it kind of gives us, it peels the onion back in a sense. It gives us a sense of, hey, what is our government really thinking? But, you know, I would love to see, you know, I've got so many family members who work on base, and many of these family members have actually been infected with COVID. They've brought it home to their families, you know, and it's taken down entire households. It's not just, you know, my household. I've had other family members in other households who've all just been sick and have all had to just kind of figure it out and isolate at home. And one of the things that, you know, we're seeing is a lot of us, you know, have been exposed, you know, on military bases, for instance. And I understand that, you know, the bases, you know, they control what happens on the installations. I understand that it's completely separate. But I'm hoping that, you know, our governor, you know, our leadership can work a little more directly with the military leadership on Guam and just say, hey, guys, you know, this is very serious. And, you know, I guess try, if possible, to ask for more accountability, although they're not mandated to, you know, be held accountable by our local government. You know, if we're really trying to push for the One Guam initiative, you know, it would help ease people's minds, you know, just because it feels like there are just completely different rules on base. Yes, we are supposed to be wearing masks. Not everybody wears masks, unfortunately, even though that's the rule. And a lot of it is because, you know, we have plenty of visitors who are coming in and, you know, they don't necessarily understand how negative the impact has been on our community. You know, and so I would just please plead, you know, with our government officials to work closer with the military to make sure that, you know, they're holding their folks to a higher standard, especially those who are visiting, who are not necessarily from Guam and who, you know, are going out into the local community, you know, and having a good time. And we want visitors, you know, hey, military is always good and everything. You know, we need them to follow the same rules that our community, our people are expected to follow. That's all I've got.
Speaker, I know you got to go. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Wow.
Thank you. And thanks to that caller. See what I said? The people are so smart. They're very smart.
We have the smartest listeners.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
Ma'am, thank you so much for your call. I don't even know what to say. Bree, you have anything to say before we let her go?
It wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
But I really do appreciate you. I think we need more people, you know, like you to come forward.
Yeah.
And tell your stories. Please, I encourage anybody that just heard what she had to say, if you've got a story you want to share, call right now. 637-0094.
Ma'am, I'm
Our
sorry.
leaders need to hear this.
Thank
Today
you.
and
Take care,
every day.
everyone.
Take
Wash
care.
your hands.
Take care.
Bye. Hey, we're going to take a quick break and we're coming back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Welcome back, we know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Final
all the words to describe what I'm feeling. By the way, you're beautiful this evening. Baby girl, don't worry about impressing me. The only thing I find impressive is you don't have weight.
Let it all go, girl.
So don't worry about a thing.
Hey, good morning. Wow. Just wow, man. Our people deserve way better. God, I mean, come on and talk to us. Martina comments in here. Thank you, Facebook Live. Good morning. Good morning. Martina Cruz, is the governor punishing the people for not listening in Core 1? If she is, then she needs to learn to forgive and move on. Please continue the duties and responsibilities. Learn to take criticism in a constructive way. Please. Don't use Costumbrina Antigua. This is the now. Chamarita, governor's not listening. Does she need another protest? The FSM is still COVID-19 free. Yep. Dave Duenas comments, front office monitor. Hear the people's frustrations. Jose Tepahago, it's a real problem when the governor allows sailors and air flights to continue to roam around. Yeah, there's a lot of comments, guys. Someone said, call the lieutenant governor. He has a big heart. Smart and compassionate. Dwayne says, we don't even hear from the LT as well. Did they have him doing something to keep him busy and from doing the right thing? I don't know. Yeah, I saw the LT at Adelup. Remember, he was coming on a lot early on. And I told him when I saw him that opportunity's always been there. But I guess just for whatever reason, they ain't having it. It's unfortunate, really, because I feel like our audience, you guys out here, you deserve to hear from your elected officials. It's a no-brainer. They want to come on, we'll let them talk. Yeah, of course we're going to ask questions, but deal with it. People got a million questions now, and when you're not out here to answer them, this is what you get. It's 8:49. Let's go to the phones. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
How can we help you? Thanks for calling the link.
No problem. I just have a question, or I think you point me in the right direction. Can I get a better number to follow up with the COVID testing from T10?
Can you back us up? Explain your situation, sir.
Okay. Got tested on this past Saturday, and up until now, I haven't received any results. And everybody in my family that got tested on the same day, they all got their results already. But I'm still waiting, and haven't gone to work. Need to get cleared, and I've been calling the number that they provided, but unfortunately no answer. I guess they're just really busy. But I just wanted to find out if there's another avenue or another person I can talk to real quick to just resolve the situation, or even if I have to get tested again, they could at least tell me that.
Hold on, we're gathering our wits. A lot of gathering.
And yeah, sir, this is Jason. You said you got tested at the Teads site, right?
Yes, Jason.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have the 635 number that they gave me, but they're trying to call, and I understand they're really busy these days. But
yeah, I'm looking on the PDF that they listed on their site about what to do next. But yeah, they list a 635 number. They also say there's a email address you can send if that's more convenient.
Did you try emailing?
Yeah, I've done that too. Had another family member email too, but we both haven't got any responses. And I know they're very busy. Just like to get back to work, and I can't get back to work if I'm not cleared.
Oh gosh!
Wow, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
311.
Try that too.
Oh, you got jokes over here?
It doesn't go through. No one answers.
Well, I don't know. Every time we talk to Public Health, they say they always answer the phone. So somebody here is lying, sir.
Yeah, I've heard stories too from other people, and I'm just like,
no, I hear.
I'm part of the story now.
Yeah, no, I always hear it from other people. Yeah, that's why we talk about it. Jay's working it.
Yeah, I'm shooting a couple WhatsApp messages, sir. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
How's your family, though? What do you think of what do you?
They're all negative.
Oh, nice.
It's great. Yes.
What do you think of what's going on out here, man?
It's very disturbing at times. Very stressful. But just trying to get through day by day.
Right. Yeah.
Trying to do what they tell us to do.
What makes it stressful?
Just the different changes, the data that's always changing, the methods that they're trying to do that always change. It's just nothing's consistent. I guess when, like they always say, right, they're basing off data, and the data always changes every day. So it's like a surprise every day with what we're going to have to do or what they want us to do.
Yep.
Do you have children?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I do. Yes, I have one. I have a son. One child.
They're going to school?
Yes, via online, yes.
Oh, online. Given a choice?
No, just due to the closing of the public schools or schools in general, but yeah,
So-
public schools, yeah.
Is he going back to face-to-face when GDOE resumes face-to-face?
Yes, I want to say pretty much yes, only because I feel strongly that he learns a lot better. I mean, of course, everybody's worried, but he learns a lot better face-to-face. Online is a big challenge for learning. But try to help him as much as we can and explain as much as we can, teach as much as we can. But it's still a big challenge.
Good for you, man. So you're confident with the protocols in place at the schools, or you just don't have a choice?
I want to say 50-50, but still talk to my child and try to explain like the best we can do, and you wash your hands, stay safe, distance, and wear your mask. But even though I don't really agree 100% with the mask at times, only because we all need to breathe a lot better. But if that's what they want for them to attend school, we gotta follow the rules, right? But, and then also my child, he wants to go to school. He likes having friends, talking to friends, and not just staying home all the time.
What do you got, Jay?
Okay, sir, have you Bree recommended, we had a caller a few days ago, and she was having trouble getting through the normal channels. She was also recommending that you call the Joint Information Center directly, which is basically like civil defense. So I got a number for you, sir. It's 478-0208, 0209, or 0210. 478-0208, 09, or 10.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank you, my
uh,
friend.
020908 or 10, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So and we had a caller who did that like last week, and then she called, and then some of the operators there were actually watching the show, so they put him right through. Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
So much.
Yeah. Good luck to you, sir. Thanks for calling, man.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Be safe.
You too. Hang that up, Chris. And again, our phone lines are open if you'd like to call. The number is 637-0094. And do we have another caller on the phone?
Yeah, we got a couple.
Okay.
We're gonna go. I'm sorry. We're gonna go here, ma'am. Welcome to the link. You have an issue with what were you saying? Your son's Rise Act payment?
Yeah. We both filed the same day, but he didn't get his through mail. I received mine already, the first batch.
When did you apply?
The 1st of September.
Oh, on the very first day. I see.
Wow. How long did you wait in line, or were you one of the lucky online filers?
Oh, online. Yeah, we went to we filed over at Tax Pros. So they did our forms and everything. Of course, there's a fee included. He didn't get his, so he didn't get his yet, and I'm just wondering what was the reason.
When did you get yours? I'm sorry.
2 weeks ago, about it's already been almost 2 weeks.
Well,
And you called the call center numbers?
No, I didn't.
You have the phone numbers?
No, I don't.
I have the call center numbers if you'd like to call.
Okay, please.
Yeah. 635
1840 1840
or 41 7614
7614
or 7651
7651
or 1813.
1813.
Yes. Those are the numbers that you can call for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You stay safe, ma'am.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take care.
We're gonna go to the phones one more time, but Jay, we did have someone call. They want to repeat the number for the Joint Information Center because this is going to be another number they don't
Okay,
answer.
yeah,
So
certainly.
everyone's
Okay,
gonna
the number to call, and this is like right from the JIC nightly releases for inquiries on COVID-19. They say you can either contact 311, or if you want to call the Joint Information Center directly, their number, as I provided to that gentleman a few moments ago, 478-0208, 0209, or 0210. Once again, that's the Joint Information Center directly. That's 478-0208, 0209, or 0210. I'm going to throw it in comments too, so if you guys
Thank
are
you,
watching
Jay.
us online, you guys can get that.
Let's stay with the phones here, ma'am. Welcome to the link. Good morning. Oh, okay. We'll try it. Ma'am, thank you for holding. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Am I on?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I am on speaker.
You're on the air right now on the link with Chris and Sabrina and Jason.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hearing my echo.
Is your radio on?
No, it's off.
Yeah.
But I'm on speakerphone.
You sound fine in here, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you anyway. I just want to, first I'd like to open with my opening statement. I would like to appeal and beg our governor on behalf of, most of the community. And I pray for her that she use her best judgment to try to help save more of our people here. When I heard that lady calling, it was so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. And, I just don't know what to say, but I'm going to say this now because I don't have much time on the island of Guam. I just relocated from San Diego. And, I'm packing up. I'm packing up and I'm moving out. So as my whole family, except one is staying back because she's an educator. Okay? And, but soon I encourage her to go ahead and apply with DODEA because she already has a master's degree. I have several children here that are educators and they have move on. And I said, no, I'm going to stay home. I'm going to stay back in Guam. And they said, no, Mom, you need to go. So I am heading out. And people may say, go ahead. But I cannot stand it. I cannot stand this anymore. And I am even helping on a fundraising for people of Island. It is so sad that where I'm going to, there's 3 sisters that died of COVID, formerly from Guam. They don't know me. I don't know them.
Yeah. You're talking about
I am relocating to Vegas.
Yeah. You're talking about the Taitano sisters.
The Taitano sisters, right, ma'am?
Yes. And also, Sabrina doesn't know me, but I am a very close friend of your family, Sabrina, for many, many years. And I'm going to Vegas with a strong heart. I am 75 years old, fully vaccinated. I ought to teach certified health and safety, CPR, first aid instructor. I'm on a national basis because I want to stay back here in Guam and help my people. But I am registered also in that nonprofit organization where I'm affiliated in Vegas. So I'm going to Vegas, and I will miss Guam very much. And I know that Sabrina doesn't know me. I know all her aunties. We practically grew up, and one day I would like to meet with you, my girl, because I am a very good friend of my father and everybody, my late father, of your parents. And
my mom and dad are in Vegas, by the way.
Yes. I would like to take my number, and I'm going to Vegas, and hopefully I can. I used to have a business in San Diego, and I bring in all the biscuito and all of those things, right? So I'm going to hopefully in Vegas. Hopefully, if everything is fine, I'm going to. I'm starting to ship off things now, and I help the people, the Chamorros, whoever wants those goodies, and I'll be licensed under Vegas.
Ma'am, you said you can't take it anymore. So what are you talking about when you say you just can't take it anymore living here?
Oh, we cannot take those products?
No, ma'am, I mean...
Oh, no, I'm just asking because they're in sealed container.
No. I'm just saying you said you can't take it
What do you
anymore.
not want to tolerate, ma'am?
Okay, anyway, God bless you all, and I'm pleading to the governor. I'm the lieutenant governor. I'm the one that says, check out the lieutenant governor. He's got a big heart and compassionate.
Thank you.
I don't know him. He doesn't know me. But hopefully one day, if there's any, God forbid, another disasters, and I'm deployed over to Guam, hopefully those times will be good. I'll be back in Guam to assist in any disaster.
Thank you, ma'am, so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so...
Phone line's blowing up
this
morning.
We're going to get to the phones in a sec. We do have the FSM consulate office where they're starting to file in.
Yeah.
I don't know if I lost you. Sorry, sir, I lost you. If you want to call back, go for it. The number again, 637-0094.
We got a comment right now.
Martina Cruz comments.
Yeah.
Yeah. KUAM News, can you put the governor on Zoom? That way we can call in and speak to her in your hotline.
That would be something.
Yeah, I'm going to have asked so many times. I quit asking. I'm sorry, guys, but I'll ask again this week. But again, I mean, last time I asked Crystal, Pacos, and Augustine, I didn't even get a response. Mosqueda, all too busy or no, or we didn't get anything. The last time the governor came on this show was last year on Election Day. Remember that? Yeah. I guess Election Day is the only time they know us. Yeah. Ken Guerrero, get the governor on the link because she's scared to speak to the people of Guam. No one should have to beg the governor or her administration to do their jobs in assisting the people. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. It's rather unfortunate. But, it's really of their own making. The longer you avoid the public, the longer you avoid the media, the more it festers and builds up the concern, the frustration, the anxiety, the questions, right? And so when they have a press conference, you get two questions. I mean, God, that doesn't even scratch the surface of the surface. And then the last press conference, they're limiting the media now. They said, media, you can only get one person in. I mean, at a time like this, why would you limit the access that we have to these officials who are making these decisions that are affecting hundreds of thousands of people's lives, right? I'm just so tired, guys. I'm so tired. I don't know where the governor, lieutenant governor are on this. I don't know what they're thinking. We just don't know. We have not heard from her since the whole purging of the unvaxxed. I mean, there was one press conference, but man, it's just tough. Yeah.
Well, our own Tomas Manglonia is like back in the newsroom. He's working on a story, but he's got the show running.
Yeah.
Then he put in our chat. He's like, "Damn, this caller is really saying goodbye to her island."
Yeah.
And he said his heart's breaking in the back. Tomas grew up in the Marianas. Grew up on Rota, then went to school in Saipan. Went to the States to get an education. Then came back here because he wanted to.
Right.
The guy's got a master's degree from Stanford. He can get a job anywhere, but he chose to be here. So that really hits him. It's why would you leave home?
Can we get Sylvia in, and then we're going to go to the phones again, and then we'll go over to the FSM. Hi, the link. Good morning. Hello? Okay. I think we got put on hold. 907, are we ready with the FSM?
Yeah, we got Sylvia, and we've got Johnny. There's Johnny, and all right, good to go.
All right, from the FSM consulate office, we do have, like Jason said, Johnny and Sylvia Elias joining us this morning. Good morning. Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Sylvia. Okay. Unmute, Johnny. Here's Johnny.
Oh, where'd he go?
Where'd he go? Hi, Sylvia.
Hi.
Good morning. Are you in quarantine right now?
Right now, I'm just home, working from home.
Okay, work from home, right? So the guys, just to bring you up to speed, the FSM consulate office, they had a couple staffers test positive for the virus. The office has been temporarily closed, but they are still working on a bunch of stuff, right? And can we just start with the closure of the office? Have we done any additional testing after the 2 positives were found out?
Right now, we're the 2 staffs that were currently positive. They're still staying home, just waiting clearance from, I suppose, public health. And then from there, then I believe that's when we know when they're going to be started to report back to work.
What was you guys' thinking when you had these couple positives, right? Because I mean, it's just spreading everywhere. Were you surprised, shocked, expecting it maybe?
Well, yeah, I guess you really never know until you get tested. So, yeah, for now, even with the rise of the COVID, yeah, for me, wouldn't really surprise me because with the exposure of the work that we do, yeah, we know this is long coming. So yeah, it's right now, affecting the work that we do.
Right.
Johnny or Sylvia, we've seen this effort by the surgeon cell and the governor's office reaching out to the mayors to help them and get the word out and encourage people, constituents to know their status, to please go get tested. Has that same effort been made to the FSM community? Have they reached out to the consulate's office to help spread the word?
Yes, right now our FSM Association, I guess you heard from Nadine, they've contacted, I guess, so far 3 clinics, and also they utilized before the recent numbers. They also did 2 outreach clinics at our place, the FSM consulate, utilizing the space that we have there. And then there's one coming up this Saturday at the MTM Community Center. And I want to say it's from 9 to early afternoon this Saturday. I also posted on my personal Facebook page just to let people know. But so far, that's the goal right now, is also to help with the mayor's council on Guam, just to make sure that everyone have the opportunity to get tested. Right now, the other issue that we raised from the community is not having IDs when they show up to get tested or get the vaccination. So with this outreach, we wanted to make sure that everybody has that opportunity to get tested or get vaccinated, whether you have an ID or not. And we also been very thankful to some of our community stakeholders, like the Triple J guys. They've been helping out, providing transportation for those that are not able to have transportation, and not only to these community clinics that they're conducting these testing or the vaccination, but also to churches or wherever they can have easy access to. So, but that's where we are right now. We're really trying to help persuading people to do this. Yeah, it's really a community effort.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and hopefully it reaches people, our listeners and our viewers, to give them that heads up about the community testing. You said at the MTM Community Center?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, that's the one coming up right now.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody in one of our commenters or in our live stream is saying that it's the vaccination clinic. It's a vaccination clinic or a testing clinic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So the Enron mayor, well, he just said he was confused. So there's no testing at Southern Public Health. It's vaccination only from 9 to noon. But Janela Carrera did say that with the cancellation of the T10 and the Northern Public Health testing sites due to the weather, that they're meeting to discuss opening an alternate site, I believe, for today. So we'll keep you posted on that.
All right. And so just to get back, Johnny, so it's a vaccination clinic this Saturday or testing clinic?
Vaccination clinic.
Okay,
Yes.
vaccination clinic, 4 to 6 p.m. Saturday at MTM. At least that's what.
I cannot really put up the information right now, but I think it's not 6 p.m. I want to say sometime mid-morning to early afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, just.
But the information is posted there.
Okay.
Right. I have it here somewhere. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
What was that?
Thank you, sir.
What was that, Sylvia?
It's 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
It is.
Okay, it is 4 to 6
Saturday,
p.m.
September 25th. I got it right here. MTM Community Center.
Thank you for the clarification.
4 to 6 p.m., not a.m., okay? Here, Jay.
What we have here is
Yeah.
a failure to communicate.
I'm still that lady that called earlier, threw me off for the whole show. I'm still thrown by that. So, yeah, we got the graphic, Jay. I sent it. Thank you, guys. Repatriation flights, I know there's still, even with the office shut down, there's still 3 in the works, right, Sylvia?
Yeah, that's correct. In terms of repatriation flights, I just wanna go over the summary report of what's been done so far. For FSM, we've done 15 repatriation flights, and that's 10 flights to Pohnpei, 3 flights to Koshai, and 2 flights to Yap so far. A total of 637 passengers that we repatriated so far, and right now we're looking at 3 really close together flight dates. One is on October 3rd down to Yap. One is on October 4th to Koshai, and last one is October 6th to Pohnpei. And mind you that these are the departure flights, and we have to put them in 10 days quarantine. And the first group will go in quarantine on Thursday. Second group, that's the flight to Yap. Flight to Koshai will go into quarantine on Friday, and the group going to Pohnpei will be put into quarantine on Sunday.
How many people is that?
How many people for the
total?
this week
total.
flight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now we're still working on final listing, but for Yap, we have around 25 passengers right now. For Koshai, we have around 32 passengers, and for Pohnpei, we're looking at 80 some passengers.
Okay. Well, any other information or anything you want to get out to the community?
Yeah, maybe I'll start. Like you mentioned, our office is still closed right now. So I know people trying to, reach us. I want to say, I suppose the best way to reach us right now is on our Facebook, the FSM Association page right now. Anything in regards to passport and, notary services, we'll try to arrange with people. So once we get this communication through that page, we'll try to work it out with our citizens that needing these services.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Sylvia and Johnny, you guys are always welcome to come on the show if you need to get any information out to the community. And again, we do have the flyer.
Yeah. It's Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m., guys. You know the FSM Association, they're doing a
Johnny,
vaccination
do you want us
clinic.
to send you the flyer?
Yeah, Johnny.
We can send it over to you.
No, I got it.
No, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to spam you.
But, yeah. Thanks, Chris and Sabrina. I just wanted to say one last thing. Maybe if people can also get the information through the 311, information. That will really awesome, because I know people are just asking random questions over these vaccination clinics, and whatever they can get out there, especially with our community efforts in getting people vaccinated, that will be really awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Johnny. Sylvia, Johnny did all the talking. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, I guess I just want to add on to what Johnny already shared. Because our office is still closed, it's not because we just want to close it and don't service our citizens here on Guam, but it's really it's for the safety of everyone. So we're asking our citizens to also reach out to our to other agencies such as the Manielu Micronesian Resource Center, and they can go to other public notaries to notarize their documents. So some, if not all, of the services we provide, they can still get it elsewhere.
Right.
So at this point, because it's really a challenge for us to see them face to face right now, I encourage them to reach out to other agencies. For FSM Passport, for instance, they can citizens can download the FSM Passport online. They can just Google FSM Passport, download the passport application, fill out the passport application, provide 2 pictures, expired passport, and go to a notary public, have it notarized. There's a mailing address on the application where they can mail it to. So some of these things they can do it outside of our office. So it's gonna be a challenge, but I encourage for our citizens to go out there and also reach out to other agencies at this point.
And we do have one question here. How do you select who is going and who's not on those repatriation flights?
Okay, thank you. I believe in my previous sit down with you two, I did mention the process of the selection. So basically, stranded citizens, residents, or people trying to go back home to the FSM, they have to register either with us, with their state, respective states, or with the FSM task force. Once they're registered, they're gonna be on a master list of registry. And at that point, the FSM task force will be the one selecting based on mandates and based on situations. They will be the ones selecting people to be on the list. And once these people are selected, they will send us the list. And our FSM consulate office here on Guam, our job is to contact and reach out to these people so we can, provide the orientation, briefing, and quarantine on Guam.
And it is a requirement. You have to be vaccinated.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Sylvia.
you, Sylvia. Johnny,
Thanks,
thank
Johnny.
you.
Hey, you stay safe.
You guys stay safe. Be safe. Of
Right,
course,
take care now.
anytime.
Yeah, and I do want to add in this absolutely beautiful flyer that they gave, if you do want to register for the FSM Community's COVID vaccination outreach, again, Saturday the 25th from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Mongmong Totomaiti Community Center. You can register online, www.bit.ly/FSM Guam number 6. bit.ly/FSM Guam 6. I'm going to put that in
Oh, is that how
comments.
you say it? I always thought it was Bitly. It's Bitly.
That'll work
got it.
too.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you very
Sylvia,
much.
you guys be safe, okay?
Thank you, guys.
Okay, right on.
And this just into the newsroom, we do have some heartbreaking news that
Oh, yeah.
the Mayor's
God.
Council of Guam, they just received notice that former Inalahan Mayor Doris Flores Lujan passed away earlier this morning.
Yeah.
She served the municipality of Inalahan from January 2013 to January 2020.
Good mayor, Mayor Doris, hard worker.
Yes.
Rest in peace. Although I'm pretty sure
Condolences.
she's not going to be doing much resting up there. She's going to be working, fixing things. 9:22. Let's go to the phones, sir. Let's try this again. Hello.
Hey, Chris. Good
Right on.
Good
okay.
morning.
morning, Sabrina. Morning, Jason. Anyway, I have a comment. I was at the airport this morning and drop off a friend of mine who's leaving, and it was pretty crowded down there in front of the counters and stuff like that. And I noticed quite a few people with their mask under their lips, right above the chin. And you got people coming in. You know, we don't know if these people have COVID or tested positive, whatever's going on. But I thought all GovGuam agencies, you're supposed to be wearing your masks. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are. But the question is, I don't know who's enforcing it up there. It should be the security, or I don't know.
Well, I know. I tried to go up with my friend to see him off upstairs where I believe what is it, TSA checkpoint or something. And the guy's out there saying only ticketed passengers allowed upstairs. That's no problem. Say goodbye and went when I left. But downstairs in front of the United Airlines ticket agents in the lobby area, yeah, people down there just talking with no mask on, had it down, and airport police walks by, nothing. Other airport employees walk by, and nothing. I noticed that. And I said, wow, they're really taking this serious over here. Imagine all the other agencies, what they're doing. And then we wonder why a lot of agency employees are catching it and everybody else is catching it. You know, I heard a caller call you guys up a while back, you know, asking about the, if you got to go to a restaurant or something like that, you have to show them your card and everything else with an ID to verify. Why don't they do that at the airport? Because they don't do it when I turn went in with my friend. I had it with me just in case they asked, but they're not doing it. And I'm just wondering, is GovGuam exempt from all this?
Well, it comes down to the enforcement again, sir. I mean, we put these mandates in place, and we just heard from Public Health yesterday that the enforcement maybe not as tough as it should be. And this, I mean, it's raining down COVID on our heads for the 8th week in a row. Yeah, we definitely need to be enforcing. There was a video we played. There's a story we had. It was a GDOE story, and it was a little bit of B-roll. It was a couple days ago, and in that B-roll, they had kids walking by, and then one of the parapros had his mask down under his nose. You saw that? And then it just showed for a little bit, and then he kind of looked at the camera, and then he fixed his mask. So just, I mean, but then, you know, sir, if you ask somebody, like, hey, can you put your mask on? You never know if you're going to get one of these, like, crazy people. Like, why? The mask, it's violating my whatever, you know. So I don't know if that's part of it, if people are just scared to say something. But, I mean, I think we all need to say something. I would say something.
Well, first of all, I hate to be the governor during this time. And I wouldn't want her job or anybody's job like that at this time and point.
I would,
but,
yeah.
You know, but if she really wants to crack down and think like I've been listening to the other callers prior to me and stuff, and I felt sorry for some of the stories. It's ridiculous what's going on here. And, you know, but I don't know what to say anymore about this thing.
Yeah, we don't either.
Stay home, go to work. If you have to go anywhere, make it essential things you need to get. Don't need to go around gallivanting around like a lot of people do, dragging their kids. And no wonder why our kids will get tested positive and stuff. But
thank you for the call.
Thank
you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
That's an interesting perspective too, because remember, like our friends from UOG's nursing program said, even as far back as like last year, they said, you know, when it comes to masking up, wearing a mask incorrectly is just as bad as not wearing it.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're gonna do it, you got to do it all the way.
I mean, if you don't know how to wear a mask by now, God.
Yeah, remember we had a member. Was it the Red Cross that came on and she actually gave us a tutorial on how to put
back.
it.
Remember that? Yeah.
And then we actually realized that, you know, like this little, like
This
the bendable
little
strip.
yeah.
Oh, that doesn't go on your chin. Wait a minute, you mean the blue side is out? And, you know, And that was
so
a learning
okay. I
experience for
take it
everyone.
back. Maybe we just need to recue that video and play it again. Well, I'm glad we're able to get a laugh out of you at the end here, sir.
Yeah. It's all, you know, you got to actually laugh.
That's really, like, I'm at the point where that's all I can do. Sounded like the Joker at home. You should hear me.
Anyway, you guys have a great day.
You too.
Okay, sir.
Okay, really interesting comment in here, guys, and it shows kind of like the spirit of the Choo Chamorro, because there was that Chamarita who came on like earlier on the show, and she said, you know, she's leaving the island, relocating. After we mentioned that absolutely heartbreaking story about the Taitano family, you know, 3 of the sisters lost recently to COVID. I put the GoFundMe campaign, and then we got a comment from May Conception. Here it is, and she said, and the caller was anonymous, and May said this was her. She goes, I am relocating to Vegas, but I would really like to help. I would love to help out.
Right. So that GoFundMe, you put it in the comments?
Yeah.
I'll go and check it. Maybe we get someone.
If any of you are wondering, yes, the Taitano family, 3 sisters, probably the one that people know the most is Norma Taitano.
She was a teacher at George Washington High School.
Yeah, like a former educator for a
Right.
very long
Yeah.
time. Very beloved member of our community.
It's a very tragic story. I believe they're all staying in the States, and all three of them passed from COVID. Right?
Yeah, because I believe Norma had relocated to
Right.
Vegas a couple of years ago with her child to for schooling and things. But yeah, we'll let you know about that. I'm already trying to reach out to family members and see what we can do to help.
Thank you, Jason. It's 9:27. Let's take a quick break, guys, and we'll be back with more of the show next.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Would you not believe me? Cause I'm not that easy, never turns out right. I'm trying to change your rules, you deserve something good in your life. We waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love? so I can show you love.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Link, the midweek version. All the world's a stage, as they very commonly say, and that is very, very appropriate because we have members of the Breaking Wave Theater Company. Our dear friend Joyce Torres, now back on Guam soil, leaving Tinseltown, taking a break from there. And we're happy to have you home, Joyce. Welcome. And James Averman.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, you're basically a cast member of our show, so you're always welcome. And equally welcome to the show because the set and props designer James Averman. So James, good to see you, man.
Oh, half a day.
Yeah, we could use like a real fancy, like a backdrop, maybe like one of those rolling sets, like one of the times, Chris and I'll do the Rapunzel thing, but like we'll have our agents call your agents and everything. But the more pressing issue of the current moment is why you guys are like joining us now and everything. And Joyce, I would probably say because I've interviewed you so many times. We live in really, really bizarre circumstances like right now as a society. It's all of us in this together and everything. So before we get into the meat of what we're talking about today, would you say that that as a practitioner of stagecraft, there's going to be a lot of art that comes out of this experience that we're all going through?
No, I 100% think that. I think because we have so much time to like self-reflect and we all were kind of forced to do it, I think there's going to be a lot of cool art. I mean, it's a little, right, it's sad. I would prefer these circumstances to not be what they are. But no, with everything that I think that has come up in the past year and a half, I think there's going to be so much cool stuff coming out on the other side of all of this, talking about things that we were thinking about at home or things that we finally, projects that we didn't have time to do, we kind of had time to think about. So I'm excited, at least for that.
Yeah, and if you've got the creative mindset, that can be really, really cathartic for you because all those months we all spent, the cooped up at home or, worrying or, like in very dark places we'd never gone before and everything like that. This can be a release of that. And, we can actually help other people going through things.
For sure, 100%. I think that's definitely what's projected to happen.
Yeah, and then James, I guess as someone who works kind of like with the backstage and giving like the visual components to these productions and everything like that. What are some of your thoughts about maybe thematically and the colors and the iconography that might go into what productions come out of this in the next couple of years?
I think definitely what both of you touched upon is very true, that art is very cathartic. And I think especially with the hard times that everyone on the planet is going through right now, people need an outlet. And we're going to see a lot of that come out in various different arts, whether it's painting or music or stagecraft. And you're going to see reflections. And I think it'll go in one of two ways. It'll either be reflective of what people's emotions are. So it might be kind of dark and things like that. Or it might be the opposite of that, where it's very bright and hopeful, looking at things as they could be.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree. Okay, well, what the both of you have basically like carved out your own niche, and justifiably so, is really teaching locals to really channel that creativity that Joyce, as you have shown all of us, really lies within each of us. Some people can tap into it easier than others. Some people said, I never knew I had this in me. And you've gone on to basically make a career of telling people, there is a voice that may be dormant within you and everything like that. But, Breaking Wave Theater Company is here to let you channel that.
Yeah, I think with Breaking Wave, we're such a big advocate for original works, but not necessarily because we're like, we want to be the next new and upcoming thing. I don't think that's it at all. I think it definitely, the home of it and the heart of it is, I think everyone deserves, there are so many stories to tell. So everyone deserves a platform to tell them. And we found that there's so many things that people want to say and they don't really know how to get it out, right? And art kind of, when you see it at the final part of it, it's so beautiful, it's so well done and put together, but getting there, it kind of takes a community sometimes. So with theater specifically, it takes all of us. It takes so many people and so many elements to make some really cool stuff. And like James said, I'm thinking about, there's so many things that are even still waiting for someone to kind of help guide and create with. So
Well, James, maybe kind of explain, because I was lucky when I was at UOG. You can take art history, you can take theater, and they really do drill you into you as a student, whether you're going to pursue that as an academic discipline, or you're just taking it for enrichment. As they say, front of house is equally important as back of house, and vice versa, everything. So maybe explain the symmetry between those visual components set against and providing a backdrop for the performers on stage.
Oh, do you want me to take that?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
That's you, James.
I only had like 18 run-on sentences there, so my apologies, man.
So the front of house and the back of house, or the backstage, we do have to work together quite a bit, especially because not only are we, as the set and props designer, I'm trying to bring focus not only to the actors and what's happening on stage, but I also want to provide a visual, essentially a backdrop of what it's a completely different story, what's happening in the back. So you could look at just the set pieces and find, there's another story being told on top of what the actors are saying, what the monologues and the poems are talking about. And I think that's what's very interesting, especially about theater, because it's almost never going to be the person who wrote the play is not going to be the person who's designing the backgrounds. So you're seeing another person's interpretation of your work. So it is a very collaborative art form.
Mm-hmm. Now let me ask you, over the years, and I remember, because my parents raised me, and they're like, you should have an appreciation of the theater. It's not always just about going to the movies and watching Ninja Turtles and watching everything. There is a different type of entertainment and education that we'd like to expose you to. But I remember being blown away by some of the sets, which were a lot of practical effects. The materials were obviously like a lot of woods and a lot of painted materials. But James, as a professional in this line of work, how has technology changed? Because I know people do big LED background displays now, and kind of like playing off that. If you go to like any Taylor Swift concert these days, it is light years away from like what used to be like a rock concert or a pop show and everything like that. So how has technology allowed you to tell those stories like in a more immersive way?
I think one of the biggest things about technology advancing, especially in the art forms, is that it allows us to do a lot more. We're definitely, we're not making movies, so we don't rely on things like CGI. But yeah, we're doing things with LEDs instead of traditional light bulbs. Part of it's great because now the actors don't have to face the actual heat and they're not sweating all the time. So there's that. But also it allows us to play with colors a lot more. It allows us to make these switches and tell stories using light. And a lot of different times you can change the mood of what something looks like just by switching it from like a cool blue tone to a dark, more somber red. And the message becomes completely different based on lighting, based on the background, based on, the emotions that the actors are portraying.
Now, because you can maybe have one or two operators actually controlling all of those components and everything, does that allow you to kind of like tighten up what would normally be, intermission periods, or just what we call on TV, like dead air, because you've got 15 people running around and reassembling stage components, and that way you can kind of like keep the audience immersed in the story? Or,
absolutely.
Yeah. Or do you actually kind of like use that space to kind of say, okay, let's let the story kind of like sink in, let the story kind of like hit him and everything like that, and then we'll get back to Act 2? I can see both ways.
I think it really depends on the pieces, and that's usually a question more for the directors. And there are certain pieces where you want to just move away from real quickly, and there are some that you want to kind of let the audience sit in the dark for a moment and let the message sink in, let the gravity of the situation become a part of the show.
Mm-hmm. But absolutely, you are an indispensable part of like the total theatrical experience. But now to Joyce, I would pose kind of the same question to you, because has the art form of being a performer really changed that much, with the advent of technology and with new, I know plays are told like in the round now, not necessarily, people speaking out and breaking the fourth wall, but, as a director, as a performer and everything like that, has the essence of being able to physically and with your voice tell a story really changed in like the 400 years that people have been doing this?
Yeah, I think, right, well, like what James talked about, and shout out to James also for being a playwright as well as our treasurer on our board. So James truly has seen kind of everything, right? Like such a creative brain, but also very logistical, and they're both really needed. But no, I think with technology, we are living in such a cool time. I think it allows us to do so many things to amplify the storytelling, right? Like if you watch a good play, a good movie, all those elements make a difference. Like you don't realize, right? Like that single red light or something as simple as like changing the color of a lightsaber. It means something. So in this current, time, things like Dear Evan Hansen, with the use of mixed media and having things look different on stage and being able to project things. And I think it just makes the storytelling not only really cool, but it also just makes it, it almost, what do we say in the theater? It kind of like you have to lean into the illusion or right, the disbelief. I think it kind of helps us really set up this magical thing that's happening in theatrical spaces. And I really like it. I love new technology toys. I think James is the same way too. Whenever we get like a new something to play with, it's like, I think for this show that we're doing, we got it kind of looks like the ocean water effects, like you're staring at the ocean in the middle of the day and it's like rippling.
That's what I mean.
And so
that
it's
is
just
super cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. So I'm like, I want that everywhere. And they're like, Joy, stop. And I was like, it just looks so cool.
Is that kind of like what you're using in your virtual background behind you? Kind of like a little sneak peek of what we can expect?
A little, see things like this, technology, right? If I didn't have this, you'd see how messy the guest room is. But now that I have this secret backdrop, no one will ever know.
well, tell people how, because, and I think it's important, especially for young people, to realize that there is a time-honored entertainment medium that extends, far beyond Instagram on your two-dimensional, smartphone screen. I mean, that's totally cool, and we're all about that. But I mean, there is a deeper connection of being able to tell stories in the classical way while being, staying current to what current trends are. So you guys are here on Island again. How can people like reach you, and more importantly, how are you attempting to reach out to them and really get them to have an appreciation for the theater?
No, for sure. The base of island culture to be Chamorro, if you are Chamorro, a part of our history, it's storytelling. So we've been storytelling for forever, right? Before books, before writing down. A big part of how we learn, a big part of how we communicate was through story. And so theater is kind of the natural, evolution and the kind of the other side of that. What does that look like? It is at the heart of it's just storytelling. So at Breaking Wave, if you do want to storytell, we want to support you, just come into contact with us. So we're at bwtcguam.com. Check out our social media, or you can be a part of the shows that we're doing, like Unspoken Volume 3, Reaching Across, where we took so many original works and it features so many new things, and we kind of put it in this like new playwright sort of kind of festival, and we want to help you bring your stories to life, like James's story, which is super good, and I'm excited for people to see.
Well, James, give us a little sniblet, a little sneak peek of that, if you would, please.
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but basically one of the story that I wrote, it focuses on, Unspoken, all the Unspoken so far we focused a lot on mental health, suicide awareness, substance abuse, and things like that. And one of the stories that I've noticed that doesn't get told quite as often as it should be is stories about PTSD, especially with veterans. And, coming from Guam, we have a huge military population. Mm-hmm. We have so many people in our lives that are veterans. And whether or not they're actually suffering from PTSD, a lot of times that it goes unnoticed. We have this culture of not talking about some of these things. We bury it deep, and that might not actually be the best thing for us. So the story that I wrote focuses on some of the troubles that can happen from not talking about PTSD, and what it would take to actually reach out and find someone to connect with to help bear some of that burden.
Okay, and then Joyce, when can people expect to see your production, and and even if people would still like to take part?
Yeah. So it'll be streaming on demand September 25th to the 30th. And you can get tickets at guamtime.net. It's $10 for on-demand access, and you get access the entire 5 days. So you can watch it as many times as you want, any part of the day. And yeah, again, guamtime.net, $10 for on-demand access, September 25th to the 30th.
Okay. Joyce, I've always been a big fan of yours ever since I saw you in Mother Courage years and years ago, like at UOG. And James, I've always appreciated your work, even though we've never met. So it's very good to have you in the Zoom room right now. You guys come on any time, because whenever we can talk about people, just being able to tell stories. We do that in our own way here too, but especially because you guys are keeping the craft alive. It's always an honor.
Thank you so much, Jason, for having us. And to KOAM, you guys are always so supportive of the arts and of us. So we appreciate and love you guys so much.
And your show's coming up on the 25th, and I want to say it because it is a blessing, even though it may be cliche and everything, but break a leg, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right. And of course, that was The Greater Good, as we do each and every Wednesday here on The Link, everybody. It's, of course, brought to you by J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial, where they remind you to celebrate life. J. Goodman's giving you quality products, the best customer support, and friendly service. They're open 24/7 at guamgoodman.com. You can pick up in person, or online delivery is free. Order with confidence, because it is the J. Goodman way. And at Guam Windward Memorial, your love is everlasting. For more information or schedule a tour, call 688-6371. Thank you to Joyce and James. Good luck to them once again. And please stay tuned, because The Link will continue right after this.
17th annual
The KOAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
This season, KOAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KOAM TV8 or from CBS on KOAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement, brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Link, and we saved our last interview of this show on a Wednesday as one of my favorite people to interview, because I have had the good fortune over the years of interviewing Michelle Crisostomo and the very, very fine work she does as a member of AmeriCorps Guahan Sustainable Culture. Who says just because we all have to stay in and are under restrictions that you can't do awesome things and educate the community? And that is exactly what she does. So, Michelle, welcome back to the show. It's been a while.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And, we're wrapping up the month of September here, but you guys have a few things going on now. We got a graphic that we're going to pop up and everything like that, but you've actually got a pretty full schedule of informative and, I would say, fun activities for people to learn how to practice sustainable practices.
Yes, and it's actually taking place at the new Guam Green Growth Community Garden. So these are some of the first activities that we've actually started doing there for Sustainable September, which is a month-long exploration of all things sustainable. So we have our AmeriCorps members that are focusing on healthy futures and environmental stewardship. We recruited them at the start of this year, and they're ready to, we've been training them, and they've been helping build this garden in Hagåtña across the post office. And now they're ready to start their outreach from the things that they've learned throughout the process. And so they're going to be sharing with the community about a lot of sustainable things. And so this week, and you have the schedule too, but this week it's a lot of upcycling of materials that you can use in your garden, how to prepare your garden for natural disaster, and then also just teaching them how to garden in raised beds, because that's what we're doing in Hagåtña, is showing people what they can do with raised bed gardening if they might have lack of space or soil to grow in the ground. So they're going to be doing a lot of events this week, and then we're going to learn from this and hopefully continue doing events similar to this in the following week.
Yeah, Michelle, the one topic that you guys are covering that that really interests me is what you're doing on Friday, as you said, how to prepare your garden in the event of a natural disaster. And, if you're someone who, is in the agriculture business, and that literally is your livelihood, I mean, you will bring, a priest or ordained minister out to your garden and say, can you please bless this? Because, if we get gusts of wind, if we get knock on wood, if we get a really bad typhoon and everything like that, that's possibly, my family's, our primary means of income, blows away with that and everything. So how are you guys covering that topic?
So these are a lot of steps to prepare, probably not your very huge garden if you have a very large operation, but something similar to the garden that is in Hagåtña. So gardens, if you have trellises or you have raised beds, and so we're kind of using that garden model as an example of what you can do. And so a lot of people during COVID even have started turning their backyards into gardens to provide food for their family or for supplemental income. And so it's targeting a lot of those people who might be growing also in raised beds or in pots. And so a lot of the tips there would be like how to secure your pots or your raised beds or your plants in the ground, how to secure them during maybe a storm or typhoon. And then also cleaning up your area, even like trimming the trees, how to properly trim the trees, the limbs, and all of that to spare you from all the debris, maybe damaging things. So they do have a lot of examples they're going to show you, even things that you can do if you have trellises that are erected in your garden, how to lay those down and secure them safely so that you don't damage the plants.
Excellent.
And then how to properly clean up and what you can do after the storm to help get your garden back up and running.
Okay, and then real quick, Michelle, before we let you go, how can do people register for these online prior to the actual event, or can they just show up?
Yes, you have to register only because we are social distancing and we want to make sure that we don't have too many people. So there is a registration on our website at gusorg.org/AmeriCorps, which is spelled AMERICORPS. You can register there, or you can call our office 734-GSC1, which is 734-4721.
All right. Well, the sustainable movement has
Right
so
on.
much momentum behind it, and like in no small part due to very fine people like yourself, our buddy Dr. Austin Shelton up at UOG, and you guys are really driving this thing, and we're
Michelle,
so appreciative of you.
We had a question from a listener. When you talk about raised bed gardening, what type of fruits and vegetables are you able to grow in a raised bed type of setup?
So it would be crops, and you can even take a look at our social media, which has some examples of the things that are growing and actually fruiting and that we're harvesting right now. So we have 2 garden beds that are raised that have shade cloth, which is great for leafy greens like your lettuce. We have mustard greens growing there. We have kale. So those leafy greens do very well in a raised garden bed. And so we have 2 of them as an example that you can just walk over and take a look at. Those were built by Farm to Table. And so they do use those as well for leafy greens. And then we have eggplant, okra, growing basil, hot pepper. We even have fruits like passion fruit that will trellis. And so we have those growing. And a lot of them are even fruiting now, and they're starting to harvest some of that stuff in the garden beds.
Sorry if we had any interference on the Zoom call. That was my stomach rumbling when you were talking about all that all those delicious fruits and veggies.
Yeah.
All right, so Michelle, we really appreciate it, and we really look forward to having a really strong showing at your event. So good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye. Have a
Thank you,
wonderful
Michelle.
day.
Right on.
care.
Good stuff. Good stuff from good people.
Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Uh,
Good
Do we
job
even
to
wanna
our
say
listeners and
takeaways?
good job to our listeners and viewers.
Yeah, guys. Continue to call, express it. We did have a lot of comments near the last half of the show about people asking for the governor to make herself available to come on here again. So
Yeah, you guys are as much of a part of this show as the 4 of us in this room and everything like
Right.
that. This show would be nothing if it wasn't for you guys. So yeah, keep calling us when we're on the air tomorrow. We really want to hear your stories, as Bree said.
thank you, guys.
We may not actually schedule any guests for tomorrow. We'll just say, hey, just call away.
Yeah, call away. It's 10 o'clock, KUAM TV. Thank you, guys. It's been awesome. We're going to hang here on Facebook and The Breeze and do Cover Me. So, KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Have a wonderful Wednesday, everybody.
Esta. Adios.
Bye.
And we're back. Good morning. Oh, man. What a show. What a show, Bree.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that lady. The lady, 12 people in the house, 7 of them tested positive. She was trying to get them in isolation. Isolation said, oh, no, it's too crowded. And then she was saying, public health was like, oh, well, your whole house is going to get it anyway. And that's where I feel like that's what I feel like our government response is right now. It's like, you just freaking get it anyway. Just get it over with. Everyone go ahead and get it. I mean, or else, like, we would be doing stuff to... And again, to be fair, they said they're not really concerned. In fact, Dr. Berg, he called the community spread a side thing. That's right. He said it was kind of a side thing that we got going on while they focus on treatment and the hospitalizations. But Lord knows we've stumbled standing up this treatment, and the hospitalizations, they continue to climb. It's 10:02. Whopper Wednesday. If you needed a silver lining this morning, well, there it is. How's that sound, Bree?
Love, love, love.
There you go. All you do is you go to Burger King, order a Whopper, and then you say,
I love, love, love.
the Whopper. And they're going to give you another Whopper just like that. Thank you, Burger King. And thank you, guys. We're going to leave you with Cover Me This Morning. Link fam. Until tomorrow, adios.
Bye.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today I'm going to be doing the song for my dad. He's out in Colorado, and his birthday's today, so happy birthday, Pops. I love and miss you. Hope you enjoy this one. Back when I was a child, before life removed all the innocence, my father would lift me high and dance with my mother and me, and then spin me around till I was asleep. Then up the stairs he would carry me, and I knew for sure I was loved. If I could get another chance, another walk, another dance with him, I'd play a song that would never ever end. How I'd love, love, love to dance with my father again. When I and my mother would disagree, to get my way I would run from her to him. He'd make me laugh just to comfort me, yeah. Then finally make me do just what my mama said. Later that night when I was asleep, he left $1 under my sheets. I never dreamed that he would be gone from me. If I could steal one final glance, one final step, one final dance with him, I'd play a song that would never ever end. How I love, love, love to dance with my father again. Sometimes I listen outside the door, and I hear how my mama cry for him, and I pray for her even more than me, and I pray for her even more than me. I know I'm praying for much too much, but could you send back the only message